to get real. All right, what's up, y'all? We're here. We're doing it. Another one of these wild and feral days. Even though it's totally not appropriate for what day it is, that's okay. It's okay. Rules were meant to be broken. I'm just joking. Today, we were going to have another open forum. You guys know we love open forum around here. We open it up, as you know, for anyone to come and present their arguments. The arguments have to be related to the topics listed. We are not going to debate my status as a sorcerer, as a KGB agent, as a CIA operative, as a Nigerian Icelandic intelligence agent, as a handler for the Republic of Congo. None of those things. That's all in my past life. I have ceased from those espionage activities. I now run a clean lifestyle. I'm no longer the Panamanian drug lord I once was in my 20s. Now, I do debates. Not really. Actually, we don't do that many debates, do we? We've done, I don't know how many public debates we've done, right? 12, 15, somewhere in there. Now we've kind of switched over to the model of open forum because, of course, most people don't want to debate. That's okay. You don't have to debate. You can come and present any argument you want. You can have the floor for as long as you want, within reason, as you guys know, to make any argument that you want. You want to make an atheist argument. You want to make a Roman Catholic papal argument. You want to argue for Calvinism. You want to argue for Protestantism, sola scriptura, sola fide. You want to make your neo-pagan arguments. You want to make your Muslim argumentation clear for the audience so that you can be an e-celebrity diva like me. I'm just joking. I'm not an e-celebrity diva, man. I'm just a product of my environment, which is an environment centered around becoming an e-celebrity diva. Thirsty today. All that cocaine I snorted before the show so that I could spurg out got me a little dry cotton mouth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what it's like. You're trying to go on a live stream. You're nervous. You're sweating. You're about to debate. Your position's about to get destroyed. You need a few lines of cocaine. I'm joking, by the way, because every time I sneeze in here, people say that it's because I've been snorting cocaine. Now, does cocaine make you sneeze? I don't even know. I did cocaine one time when I was like 32, and I don't remember anything about sneezing. I remember having a really bad headache for about 5 hours after that. So I never did any cocaine ever again. It was like 45 minutes of pleasure, and the trade-off is like 5 hours of the worst headache ever. So no, that wasn't really worth it. It was like 3 espressos and a shot of alcohol. That's the equivalent of 1 toot of cocaine, as they say. So I do not advocate the snorting of cocaine. And so don't do drugs. But I will say that it was not what I expected. I remember that weird day back in my about 32. People make a Masonic. He did cocaine when he was 32. That was his entrance into the 32nd degree of the Illuminati. That was his initiation ritual. So no, I'm not the kind of person who would be into that. You know what I mean? That's not. My drug would be more like an 1800s detective doing absinthe so that I could see into the ether and then solve the crimes of the occult elite. That would be more the drug that I would do, right? I'd be chugging gallons of absinthe to solve occult ritual murders throughout ye old London. That would be my drug, not 6-hour headaches after a toot of cocaine. So no internet. I'm not snorting coke before I debate people. However, I do drink a lot of espresso. I did get an espresso. I got an espresso machine for my birthday or whatever. So, yes, there are a lot of espresso shots that are made on a daily basis around here. It's basically a little barista. And so for about half of the day, I have purple hair and dreadlocks, purple dreadlocks, and I'm over there. I have my mask on. I wear my mask when I'm brewing the espresso. We want it to have an authentic Starbucks feel inside my house. So, yes, that's what I'm up to, right? And right now, Jamie is making me that she's got purple hair right now. She's wearing a mask. Don't everybody freak out. She's properly attired. Put your over your nose. Over your nose. Can you close that door, please? So we just want to make sure that everybody is social distancing. I told Jamie to stay 6 feet away from me. So everything's on the up and up here. Everything's cool. You guys can rest assured that we are following every CDC guideline as they are updated at each moment. Somebody said, why are you snorting on your streams? Do you think I'm doing that for fun? You think I just want to get on here and snort? Like that? Well, actually, the answer is yes. I make that part of my routine. It's part of my shtick. Oh, that's that guy that debates and snorts. I don't snort, I snort, right? It's Yiddish. It's a Yiddish term for when you snort with power, basically. I snort. So I'm snorting on string. Why? Because of the frickin' dust in here, man. I don't know how many times I have to tell y'all. The trees and the dust are against me. They team up and they attack. So that's today's housekeeping. Housekeeping. All right. So if you want to support this show, as you know, the way to do it is to head on over to chalk.com. I never talk about chalk at the beginning because I wait until everybody pours in here, right?
Why are your intros so long? What is this music? What is this hellish music that I hear? Why is this so long?
Boomers don't know how to move a cursor. Okay. You move that little cursor, right? You guys know that? Anyway, it's going to be open forum today. I don't have any lecture. I don't have anything that I desperately need to impart to you all. Somebody said, when you going to talk about the current affairs and crises? Bro, I just did 5 talks this week on that. What are you talking about? Every time I do something, people ask,
where do I find your materials? Where do you cover these subjects? Where do you do your work?
Dude, I have a website that's been there for 10 years. Everything goes on the website. This YouTube channel has been here since 2006, 7. I don't know. Everything is here except for the stuff that's not here, which is the spicy stuff. Hot and spicy. Oh. Anything hot and spicy. Quiz question. Where does it go? Guys, where does it go? Rockfin. Somebody said, what word are you saying? Rokin? Rockfin? Rockfin. Rokfin, brah. Damn, son. Anyway. The pollen is at its highest. The dust is attacking. That's why I'm snorting. Or to be clear, snorting over here on my channel. It has nothing to do with drama or causing a scene, even though now that I know it causes a scene, I'm going to do it. Today's topic, as you guys know, is the issues of atheism, Roman Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, paganism, whatever you'd like to bring up. Remember, it's via Twitter Spaces, and we do it via Twitter Spaces typically because when we're wanting to get people who want to debate atheism or the Roman Catholic position, this tends to be a better way for that. The Discord has typically become a kind of a more of a Q&A catechumen arena, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's great. We love it. People that are kind of more serious about inquiring into orthodoxy find the Discord to be the place for that. However, in the early days of Discord, when we were on there, 4 years ago, before it became, 8,000 people in there, it was, not that I'm knocking it, it's great, it's just that it kind of turns into a new thing. Back then, it was feral. It was Wild Wild West, right? Big Willie style, Wild Wild West. And people were in there just going nuts, right? Frothing, foaming, going wild. That's okay, though. So now, for that audience, the feral, wild people, right? I'm talking about Tone Loc, Wild Thing style people. That's over on Twitter Spaces. So it basically functions like Discord does, and there's an audio chat. So if you want to join me, it only works on the Twitter app. And nobody can figure this out. Everybody's like, well, I'm on my computer. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on your computer. It's an app, dude. So there's the link if you would like to come on, make your arguments. See, my head's all stopped up from all the freaking pollen in the air, man. Don't you understand? You think I wanted to be a Spurgatron? That I wanted to be given Bill Gates stabbies as a child that make me have insane allergies? You think I want that? I didn't want that. Bill Gates was standing over my crib. I better give this guy a lot of stabbies. We need to make sure that when he's doing live streams by the time he's 40, that he does a lot of snorting. We want to bring his numbers down. So make sure he's got all the vaccines. We want to make him snort a lot. So don't blame me. Blame Bill Gates. It's not my fault that I'm snorting. The air in here is dry because I have to keep it cold in here so I can breathe, and then I get dried out. And all the coca from my Panamanian drug lord dries my nasal passages. Dang, don't y'all get it? All right, so we're going to open it up. As you know, the way it works, on Twitter, you request to speak. You have to push the request to speak button. I can't go through all these people and give you a request to speak. No, only 4 people at a time can be up there speaking. You request to speak. I unmute you, or I give you the permission to speak, the mic. I hand you the symbolic microphone. And then you have to hit unmute. Very simple process. Can everybody remember this? Request to speak, then hit unmute. That's it. That's all. Everybody comes on here and they don't hit unmute and they start talking. Hit unmute. It's always a wild ride. It is Mr. Toad's wild ride. And that's why you guys love it. We will still be doing, of course, Super Chats. Super Chats are done via Streamlabs if you're new to this arena. We do not have YouTube Super Chat capabilities. You have to use the Streamlabs link right there to ask your Super Chat questions. And now, because that there was a boomer mama. Why come you is snorting all the time? It's disgusting. I can't take it. Well, now I'm going to snort every minute. Mama? Not really. All right, look at that. We've already got 5 requests. A full room. Now, you don't have to debate. You can ask questions, Q&A, if you want to. But you are also open to, you can have the floor to debate if you'd like to. And the way that works is, again, you can make any arguments that you want, and you can make the arguments as long as you want, within reason. You can't talk for an hour. You can't talk for an hour about my motives. You can't argue for an hour about me being a sorcerer, okay? It's got to be related to the topics that are listed today. And every time we do this, it's funny, actually. It's comedic. Somebody comes on the Twitter thing and starts debating and then says, I don't like the fact that you're debating. I don't want to have a debate. This is titled debate. So if you come on here and you say, after debating me about debating, that you don't want to debate, I'm going to make fun of you. And it will be fun to do that. All right, we got Vegano Operative. What's up, Vegano Operative? How you doing, brah? Just hit unmute, dog.
Hey there.
Hey man, what's up?
Jay, I'm the Vatican hitman. I'm here to keep eyes on
We got a Vatican assassin. We got a Jesuit assassin. He's about to stab me with a dang papal triple crown through my jugular. What's up, man?
I'm here to make sure you don't say the wrong things. I'm kidding. Actually, no. I'm actually on the verge of. I'm Catholic for the perks at this point. I really appreciate their aesthetics. That's one part, I won't be able to convince of. Don't get me wrong, Orthodox aesthetics are beautiful too. the Latins just have a certain flair that I don't know. Maybe it's for some people, but
Okay.
I saw your video debate with Reason and Theology with those nerds. I'm sorry, that's me. And it was hilarious. Though I wasn't necessarily convinced by your arguments. It was actually another episode in their podcast by David Bentley Hart. Mm-hmm. So that's actually what I'm going to be touching upon here is universal reconciliation. So David Bentley Hart, if anybody's not familiar with him, he's a Greek Orthodox, and he came on Reason and Theology. He's well known for a lot of things, but in particular universal reconciliation. And he proceeded to dance circles around the Reason and Theology guys, and I was just blown away by this because, I mean, you can say what you want about the Reason and Theology guys. They know some stuff. They're not uneducated guys, and so it was just flabbergasting to see them sort of not be able to do anything with this guy. And I talked to Eric Ibarra, and he said it wasn't supposed to be a debate, and I don't know. I just wasn't convinced by it, and I started looking into it more, and so that's something that kind of like opened a Pandora's box for me as far as just like this whole Catholicism and Orthodoxy debate, because there's a lot of things I do appreciate about Eastern Orthodoxy, and I don't want to touch on all the Universalist arguments, but it's basically like this: like, hey Jay, I don't think you're gonna go to hell forever, or I don't think I'm gonna go to hell forever, because I'm wrong about some intellectual part of the faith. And I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with this, but it's sort of like can you imagine your son in hell while you're in heaven? And I know this seems like an emotional argument, and it is to an extent, right? But it's sort of opened my eyes to a lot of the silliness of like the legalism of Roman Catholicism. And I know Orthodoxy is a little bit more open to it, not necessarily with some of the super trad Orthodox, but I know, for instance, Dostoevsky is supposedly Universalist, the Russian Orthodox in the 18th century or something like that. This is what I've heard, at least. It was somewhat prevalent, and then if you consider more salvation as something that God is going to redeem all of creation, because it just makes the most sense for His maximal glory. Now, again, I don't want to get into like any one particular topic. I mean, we could, but it's just sort of brought out the beauty in this whole debate, like as far as like Catholicism versus Orthodoxy and stuff. And I think those things are important. But I would like to hear from you, Jay, if you know anything about David Bentley Hart, and it might be a little too liberal for you.
There's several different things going on here. Let me address them one by one. Did you want to make any other points, or do you want me to respond?
No, I think I've already touched a lot. You can go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing is Universalism or the Apokatastasis, and let's talk about that first, and let's talk about David Bentley Hart's view, and then let's talk about the other issues that kind of undergird that. So he has a view that is, in my estimation, evolved out of where he kind of started out with the right idea, where he noticed that the Orthodox view teaches what's called recapitulation. And this is a doctrine that's taught by Paul, Irenaeus, most of the Eastern Fathers, all the way up into the Seventh Council really, really clearly. And this is the idea that when Jesus assumed human nature, he assumed it in a universal sense in his singular divine hypostasis. And so this is why his resurrection is able to affect the resurrection of every single human being, because he didn't just assume a singular human body. He did, but that human body also, in a real metaphysical way, is connected to all human beings, even the wicked. And that's the only basis, according to 1 Corinthians 15, for all men to be resurrected. So that far, if you only have that much of the story, you might think, well, that sounds like or would lead to universalism. Like, wouldn't everybody be reconciled? And isn't this a cosmic scope of redemption, like St. Maximus says? Well, that's only part of the story, because there's more to this, especially when we get into the more nuanced nature-person theology of St. Maximus. So the reason that St. Maximus can believe in, and many other Eastern Fathers can believe in, the doctrine of recapitulation, but not universal salvation, is because of the fact that the distinction between nature and person is fundamental to Orthodox theology, both in the Trinity and in Christology and in anthropology. So the way that this applies in anthropology is that just because universal human nature is restored via Christ's action in the death, burial, resurrection, and ascension, does not mean that every individual hypostasis will achieve theosis. So the mode in which we participate in Christ or in theosis is different, and this is answered, I believe, off the top of my head, I think it's at the Lassium 15, where St. Maximus points out that the way in which you will participate in Christ will differ on the basis of your willing, your individual mode of willing, which is your inhypostatic or personal mode of willing, and use of nature. So the way that you use nature, even though everyone's nature is determined to be resurrected, the way that you use that nature in this life is what will determine your participation in theosis or your ever ill-being. So Maximus says, even though Christ grants to everyone ever being, he does not grant to everyone ever well-being unless they actualize the potentia that they have in terms of repenting and turning to Christ and joining the church. So the only way that you participate in theosis is by your individual hypostatic mode of willing, actualizing the grace that is there in potentia for everybody via the recapitulation, thus to join the church. So it's not just any religion, you actually have to join the church. The graces, as St. Maximus says, I think in Athanasius 15, lead us to join the church. So that's why it's not salvation for everybody across the board.
Right. I think I get that point about, like, I actually have. So there's the liberal view of universal salvation, where it's just like, you die.
Right. In other words, so here's the point to summarize: the liberal view collapses person into nature and just sort of universalizes everybody being saved because of Christ assuming universal human nature. But the traditional view of Maximus and the Church Fathers is not that. There is still a distinction between nature and person. And so in one sense, yes, all of human nature is restored, but that does not mean that your experience of the eschaton will be good, because if you're wicked, you're going to be restored to experiencing the river of fire, which is the same thing as the river of life. So in other words, it's an individual, the individual's actions determine how they will experience the eschaton. So in other words, we believe that the river of life that proceeds from the throne of the Lamb in the apocalypse is the same thing as the river of fire, because God's presence, which is described by Paul in Hebrews as fire, is not a created thing. God himself is a consuming fire. He is uncreated fire. So you're either prepared for that uncreated fire via theosis, or you're not prepared and you live wickedly and you're going to experience God as a bad thing.
Well, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I actually agree with many of your sentiments here, and I would actually, you're talking about cocaine, right? I would actually sort of paint it maybe like an example would be if anybody here has ever tried psychedelics, and they've ever tried like a super high dose, and you can't handle it, right? I've had this experience where it feels like a burning fire, right? And you're not prepared for it, and it's likewise like, okay, I don't want to equate God's love with this.
Well, no, but I think the analogy is correct, right? So the idea would be that we're all going to the same place, and some of us are going to have the suit that's prepared for it, or we won't.
Right, but God doesn't want to punish us because for punishment's sake. And so where I'm trying to get this is like I do believe in the sort of hierarchy of reward. And that, like, if you did join the church, even the quote unquote right church, be it the Roman Catholic or the Orthodox Church, which I would understand here, most people are Orthodox, right? But that this person who did all the right things in the right dispositions, right? That they should have a proper reward, right? That's after all, Jesus did say, "Store up our treasures in heaven," right? So I do believe that there is a sort of hierarchy of reward. It's not just like, oh, you're human and you die and you're going to be saved. Like that's what a liberal universal salvation would believe. Whereas like I think David Bentley Hart, and I mean I don't want to. He speaks more of universal redemption, where like eventually everyone is going to get redeemed. Where and then I'll add a little bit more to me. For my part, it's like you're gonna get to the party eventually, but if you get there earlier, you're gonna get a better seat at the table because you're just gonna be there earlier. And so it's just like
so hold on.
And so like the fire of God's love being agonizing towards us because we're unwilling to participate. I can understand that. God doesn't want to violate our free will, right? Except that eventually God will succeed in what he's trying to do as far as just like convincing us, because it's kind of like a preacher. Like a preacher is kind of like a salesman or like Jonah, right? A greater in Jonah is God. Jonah had 100% conversion rate at Nineveh, right? Jesus even said, "There's a greater in Jonah here," right? And so God eventually is going to win out in terms of convincing us, and this is why David Bentley Hart and other universalists say that God can at the same time respect our free will. Also, the Bible also says every knee shall bend and every tongue shall profess that Jesus Christ is Lord. It's not because
but that doesn't mean that
the wicked say it like out of force.
No, they do.
Out of pain.
No,
right?
they do. They
eventually,
do. Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me just pause you there because I understand where you're going. And I remember when I was first looking at Orthodoxy, I toyed with this position because I thought, well, within Orthodoxy, there's a bunch of different types of positions. And so I thought, well, Gregory of Nyssa seems to have this position. And so if St. Gregory of Nyssa had this position, then maybe it's still true. And the problem is that just because a church father had a position does not therefore mean that that's a viable position within Orthodoxy, right? So many church fathers have positions that eventually ecumenical councils don't accept or reject. And so the first problem here is that from a dogmatic standpoint, there's 3 ecumenical councils that explicitly condemn this form of universalism where you can be saved after the judgment. So there is no salvation after the judgment, and that's why we can't adopt. That's another. The next point in my notes I was making over here was that we can't come up with a position that contradicts the 5th, 6th, and 7th councils just because I found an earlier church father like St. Gregory of Nyssa who had this kind of an opinion. If we were to do that, we would be like Protestants with the church fathers. We could come up with all kinds of crazy, now would be perceived as heterodox views because many church fathers disagreed on all kinds of things. So this is not actually a position that is tenable after the 5th, 6th, and 7th councils explicitly condemn this kind of universalism.
Right. Yeah, and that's one point that David Bentley Hart was arguing with the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox priest on the show, as about the legality of believing this. Although it was only the 5th Ecumenical Council that was specifically brought up.
No, that's wrong. That's completely false.
In the show, or I mean, maybe I forgot about the other ecumenical councils that were brought up. But
so hold on.
Yeah.
So in the 5th council, the teaching of Origenism is condemned, and specifically his version of universalism. The 6th council expands that to talk specifically about the totality of Origen's system and universalism, and the idea that universal salvation can be possible. The 7th council reaffirms the 6th council, and where it's condemned in the 6th council, which most people don't know, is called the Confession of St. Sophronius. So St. Sophronius was close to St. Maximus, and he wrote this confession that he submitted to the council, which the council accepted. Most people haven't read this because it was only recently published in English through Oxford University. But if you look up the Confession of St. Sophronius of Jerusalem, it has a 4-page full condemnation of all of the teaching of Origen. So the 6th council is actually accepting St. Sophronius' full-on condemnation of Origenism. And so I'm just saying that when the 7th council reaffirms the 6th council's condemnation, that's 3 ecumenical councils that are condemning this idea. So I'm well aware of what David Bentley Hart argues, but it really is just like grasping at straws on the basis of human wisdom and human arrogance to say, well, we know better than those three ecumenical councils, right? That's why these people that's why these people have a motivation to resurrect Origenism, is because they're actually ecumenists / universalists / perennialists, and they find Origenism to be the means by which this ecumenist perennialist religion can be sort of propped up. So if you want to be a perennialist, you can go in the route of David Bentley Hart, but that's not Orthodox. And by the way, David Bentley Hart started out as a traditional pro-monarchy Orthodox person who was arguing for good Trinitarian theology, and then for whatever reason, whatever happened to him, I don't know, but within about 10 years, he became a democratic socialist, complete, just off the rails. So I don't believe that he's even Orthodox.
I'm gravitating more towards Duganism, Eurasianism, but Slava-Russia. Sorry, don't mean to. So anyway, no, I understand what you're getting at about like the legality of this, and
well, if you hold on, if you understand that,
if the best case against the legality, the way I kind of think about it though is this way, because like I'm coming from a Roman Catholic perspective, where things are even more legalistic, and not to say that rules don't matter and councils don't matter, but I kind of feel like this is pushing the cart before the horse, where she's like, imagine if we found ourselves in an Aryan world and we found out that, oh, actually Jesus Christ is Lord, but we have to wait till the bureaucracy approves this belief. And I can't believe this thing about God the Father or God or God.
So hold on. So can I tell you what's happening here?
Wait for like the church to fix the legalism of like, okay,
that's not how. That's not. You're thinking of the Orthodox Church like a Roman Catholic would, and I know what you're going through because I went through this exact same situation where I was tired of traditional Catholicism's legalism and scrupulous attitude. And so the appeal of something like David Bentley Hart appeals because it's seen to be kind of a medicinal corrective to the extremes of traditional Latin Catholicism. But what I'm trying to tell you is that that's a false way to conceive of it, because the way that you go about Orthodox theology is you have to be in the church and living the Orthodox life to understand the theology. And so there's a process that occurs, especially for people who are Calvinists or traditional Roman Catholics like myself. It took me 10 years to get out of that like hardcore trad Catholic mindset and have a better understanding of what's going on in terms of the nuance of Orthodox theology. So what I'm saying is that you can't put up this idea that therefore, because of the extremities of Latin legalism, therefore it's always legalistic for the ecumenical councils to have dogmatic pronouncements. How are we going to say that the church and three ecumenical councils fundamentally misunderstood the gospel? It's just not possible.
Right. Which it kind of it does beg the question, like if we got this wrong about God, what else did we get God? And so like I understand what you said about David Bentley Hart starting as a trad monarchist and now he's a perennialist and stuff like that. I am myself gravitating towards something else. I won't delve into that. But I do want to let others, give other speakers some time to speak. But I'm sorry. What I'm trying to get at is that it just seems it's thrown a big question as far as just like apostolic Christianity in general, and I don't mean gravitating towards Protestantism and stuff like that, but this fundamental question about God and would He even create us with even the smallest possibility of us burning in hell forever, even if it's of our own choosing. Like it's a fundamental question, and like I haven't seen an appropriate enough response to these questions, like besides questions from assertions from authority, mainly from Roman Catholics, right? But when we start talking about ecumenical councils, I get it. Legalism and Roman Catholicism might be different from whatever Orthodoxy does, but just coming from even just the emotional and even rational arguments of like, would God create us, knowing that like we have a risk of burning forever, not of just punishment, It's like a just punishment for running a stop sign would be a $50 ticket, $60, wherever you're from, right?
Yeah, but I think you're missing the
punishment for running a
point.
stop sign and you like never seeing your kids again. You know, it's kind of like I get it that we can be left in an insane asylum, like the C.S. Lewis argument that hell's locked from the inside. But would God abandon us? You know, like these kind of emotional arguments. I know they're feminine or whatever, but they do beg the question about like the edifice of Christianity, or at least like Christianity after whatever time this was declared to be the Christian faith, right? It has thrown a sort of like a what else are we wrong about? So
okay, so again, I think the point here would be to first of all notice that I think the motivations for the argumentation, I'm not saying you're bad for asking those questions, but the motivations come out of a traditional Catholic mindset where, for example, in St. Alphonsus Liguori, he's not a saint for Orthodox, but like he has just sermons and volumes of books about how you're supposed to constantly use your imagination to think of all of the worst types of punishments that you could feel. And it's almost sadomasochism. You're basically just supposed to sit there and meditate on the ways that you can be tortured. I'm not joking. That's in his sermons. And so with that kind of a mindset, it's no wonder that people would begin to say this religion doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I've got, for example, canon. This is a classic traditional Catholic sort of catechism book. This is the Faith by Canon Francis Ripley, like SSPX, Trad Catholics, they love this book. And, he's got a whole section, for example, on pages 189 to 191, where he talks about how far you can walk on the Lord's Day before it becomes laborious work and you've committed a mortal sin. So literally you could be in a, quote, state of grace, walk a little too much on the Lord's Day and you've committed a mortal sin and now you're damned. I mean, it's just crazy. That's a ridiculous religion. And no wonder people go from Papa Frank's church to atheism, right? Or perennialism or whatever kind of thing they think is a little more coherent. But the difference is that isn't the Orthodox view of how we relate to God and what hell is. Again, the point was that I think you mentioned C.S. Lewis. Have you ever read The Great Divorce?
Yeah, I have. It's one of my favorite books.
Yeah, that's the point, right? So in that book, the point is that no one is going to that without them consciously deciding that that's what they want.
Right, but it's kind of like, what kind of love is that? That God is just going to abandon.
Well, hold on. So hold on. You're saying that that's not love and that's not fair. Like, on what basis what's the basis for? Hold on, man.
It's fair,
dude. I've let you talk a whole bunch. On what basis do you have a standard for what is love and what is fair? Like, where do you derive that?
From God, from what is good. Okay,
but from God, that's via revelation. And if revelation teaches that he does, condemn the wicked, then how do you, then that's begging the question. You can't say it's unfair.
Well, no, I could, because it's like, say you have a drug addict's son, right? He deserves to be in rehabilitation, or he deserves to be on the streets. You did what you can, but, you're still like the prodigal son's father, you're still going to go out there every day, right? And God is.
Yeah, but I mean that's a terrible analogy, because that analogy makes my point. Because some people don't want to leave their sad state, their bad state,
for a time, right? I know, but how can we say that? God, how can we fathom that God would create us and this would be our ultimate end, that we would just forever choose the bad? And this is actually, we can go into argument of free will, can you ever even choose the bad, or just a perception of the good, erroneous perception of the good?
But that's not true, right? Again, so that's you have a Greek Hellenic idea of what it is to choose the bad. That's Plato's doctrine. Okay, that's not the biblical anthropology.
Right. But Jay, going back to your trad Catholic, trauma and stuff like that. I converted to Catholicism from, first I was Protestant, and then I became a New Age hippie, and then I became a trad cat. And I've been one for 5 years. And No, I get what you're saying about the trauma that can be created by traditional Catholic views of punishment and scrupulosity. That's also true with fire and brimstone Baptists or Protestants too, right?
Sure.
But one interesting thing that I think you might want to think about is that it's those kinds of modes of thought are the logical conclusions drawn out from this idea, infernalist idea that God would even leave us somewhere, like in an insane asylum forever, right? So it's just kind of like it's kind of
yeah, but
a joke.
I understand what you're saying, but the flaw in that argument was a Hellenic view that we only choose evil because we think it's a good, and that's not true. That's a Greek view of ethics and human anthropology, and it's not the biblical doctrine of anthropology. So what this is boiling down to is a Hellenic presupposition, which is what the Roman Catholic presuppositions ultimately are, that you're then saying, well, therefore God's not fair because of my Greek Plato presuppositions about anthropology.
Right.
Why do you believe? Hold on, let's go back to that premise. Why do you believe that people only choose bad, thinking that it's a good? Because that's not biblical theology. Why do you think that's the case?
Because otherwise they wouldn't do it. Like even a wicked person.
Nope, that's begging the question.
Wicked, they're
no,
doing it for at least some sick pleasure, right? Like.
But that doesn't mean that. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're not evil. That they're only doing it in ignorance. So the assumption here is that all sins are
evil to an extent, right?
No, that's not true. You're assuming that all evil actions are only done out of ignorance. That's not true.
No, there's complicity. So that's why there is just punishment. Like it's sort of like in our justice system when you have. Say I murder a person, right? And I'm completely sane, at least I think so, right? I would get 20 years or so, right? Let's say Jay, you have some kind of, you complete insanity, right? You're gonna get 5 years. Like, but why do you even get 5 years? All right, it's and sin makes us all crazy, right? So we all kind of have a insanity plea, but we all still have to be punished for something because we are complicit to an extent.
Okay, then if we're complicit, then it's not a situation.
For us to be completely complicit with evil would actually be impossible. We would not. God created all things good. Like there would not be a possibility of you choose. Even Hitler thought he was doing something good. Even Stalin thought he was doing, like, just in a twisted math. Like you. It's not just about ignorance.
So you're confusing. You're confusing the culpability for the action and human finitude with being somehow excusable. So you're right that there are things that can mitigate, our complicity or our guilt. But I mean, isn't there such a thing as willful ignorance and willful? Isn't there such a thing as being willfully ignorant?
Yeah, but when you say willful, you're willing something, you're choosing something. Why are you choosing to be ignorant about something? Because that choice makes sense for some reason.
Yeah, but the reasoning or you
have some agenda.
Yeah, but
you're good.
The reasoning or the end would be your own self as an end, and that is the essence of idolatry. So that's wicked.
Yeah, but you don't know that. Like,
yes, you do. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that you have the wrong anthropology. That's the point here. People do know that. I mean, you have Romans 1 versus the Hellenic Greek view of man, and you're arguing with me the Hellenic view that nobody commits evil knowingly. Romans 1 says that all men are guilty and do commit sin knowingly because they have the law written on their heart. And thus, from birth, because they're made in the image of God, all of us know that we're doing bad.
No, I think people do commit evil knowingly, but they don't commit it thinking of of how evil it is.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
How many of everyone here, all the guys here, have jacked off to porn, right? And like, you ever think about, like, I'm sure many of you guys know that the porn industry is filled with sexual slavery and all.
Okay, so we have to be careful what we say on YouTube, so let's not get too graphic. But yeah, okay, we get the point. We get the point.
But as far as like complicity, like when someone's doing something evil, like there's always something like even a perceived good like that, like they're choosing, and they know it's evil. It's like say you kill someone. It's like say one of these anti-Putin retards kills Putin. They think they're doing the world a good, right?
Yeah, but you're missing the element of delusion. The fact that you're in delusion and the fact that you're thinking that you're doing something good doesn't mean that you're not being wicked. That's missing the point.
Right, but like for someone to be totally wicked to choose pure wickedness.
But it's not the requirement for this is not total wickedness, right? It's not like we all have to be equal to Satan to be totally wicked.
Right. So I'm not arguing against punishment at all. It's kind of like your children.
You're just trying to, again, you are saying that there's a standard that is not fair, and I'm asking you for how you know what's fair, and you say God, and then when I ask you how you know about God, you presumably it would be from divine revelation. Otherwise, what God are you talking about?
Oh no! I mean, I think I think like you said, it's written in our hearts. Like people around the world have this sense of a greater being, right? But or of good too. Like, and I think
okay, well then that's not the Greek view, and that cancels out.
Special carrying divine revelation, but like if you're talking about fairness, like think of your children. Like why do you punish your children? Like, do you punish them because they're being wicked? No, you punish them because you want them to be better, and like you're not gonna have.
Yeah, but you just keep restating human analogies as if that's what God is bound to. I mean, it's the other way around. The divine determines what the human analogies mean. So you can't take everything that's applicable to the human domain, human emotions, and then paste that onto God. It's the other way around.
Well, Jesus spoke like this a lot, and I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but like we can speak about human domains. That's perfectly fair. Jesus
makes an analogy to God the Father. That doesn't mean that we take everything that's true of human fathers and paste that onto God the Father. That's what I just said.
Okay.
So the point is that the fact that a human father, I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
The fact that a human fallible father wants this or that can't be necessarily applied one-to-one to the way that God the Father operates, right? Because it's an analogy. It's not identical. So, in other words, arguments like, if I'm a dad, I wouldn't want my children to suffer, right? But at the same time, you can't ultimately control. If you believe in free will, right? You can't control what those kids do. So if you have a son who does choose to go out and be, a crackhead and fentanyl addict or whatever and die on the streets, like you can't force him not to do that, right?
Of course not.
So if there's the freedom to accept the known penalties for those actions, then why is that analogy not the same for God? I mean, isn't the point of the Great Divorce is that the people who are in hell, they don't want to be in heaven. They experience heaven.
Right.
So hold on. Hold on. Man, chill, dude. I'll let you talk a whole bunch. Let me finish this point and I'll let you talk. So the analogy then is that if we were to take people who don't like God and don't want to be saved, and we sort of force them to be saved, then it doesn't make any sense because even in this life, wicked people don't like God. It's not going to be any different in the next life. Like in the next life, they still don't like God. Go ahead.
Yeah. So no, I don't think I've ever mentioned anything about anybody forced to be saved. All right. So like I said,
well, that's what universalism is. That's what universalism is.
Go ahead.
That's what universalism is.
No.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a determinist view. Yes, it is. David Bentley Hart even speaks of it as a determinist view.
In a way, yeah, it is kind of like the anti-Calvinism, where Calvinists believe that like some people are destined to be saved and some people are destined to be.
The view is that nature is determined. Persons are identified as instances of nature. There's no distinction between nature and person, and so nature and person being collapsed when nature is determined to be resurrected, necessitates universal salvation. It's a determinist position, and you're right. It's the opposite. It's like another version.
Ultimately, your destiny is to be in communion with God at some point in time. But as far as force, it's kind of like it's petty dictators force things, right? God is not going to have to force anything. And what I'm saying is that God is kind of like Jesus is the good preacher, right?
Right.
So
basically, now we're back to the point where you're not interested. Now we're back to the point where you're not interested in what divine revelation says, and you've got your own idea, which is what heresy is. Heresy is I will pick up my own ideas about what is the teaching of the church and what theology is. So, I mean, now you would what?
Yes, I guess so. I mean, shit. I'll become a Gnostic then. I don't know. I mean, I'm more open to orthodoxy than I was, but.
Well, I mean, Gnosticism is a self-refuting, ridiculous system, so that you're not going to find anything there.
No. I mean, I'm just like, hey, man, like, look, listen, like, I was trying to get at the Great Divorce here. It's like, if there is a hell, I think that does paint a better picture of it. Like, God is not punishing you like in Dante's Inferno, where it's just like, you just have these more and more wicked punishments and stuff like that. But no, it's actually more subjective to your nature as far as what you did in this life and the natures of your sin and stuff like that. But it's like, why would it be that way, as opposed to just being a wicked like a seditious punishment, right? If it's going to be C.S. Lewis's way, it actually looks more like what you see with like rehabilitative punishment. And granted, like, C.S. Lewis was a Protestant. I'm not going to take him as canon, but I do sympathize with what he's trying to get at, that God is not punishing us for the sake of punishment or because his ego is hurt or something.
Okay, so
he's punishing us because it's all part of his love, right? And so, his love.
Yeah, but the limits to that. Yeah, but the limits to that are determined by revelation and not like your own personal incredulity, right? Like, I find that hard to believe. That's the incredulity fallacy, right? So revelation would determine the limits of that. For example, we have limitations in terms of the angels, right? There's no salvation for Satan. Scripture is very clear about that. So there's limitations.
Actually, there's that question gets brought up. Like, okay, well,
I know.
Satan and demons be saved? And so there's two ways of looking at that, right? So one is like the liberal, and again, the liberals take a monopoly on this, unfortunately, but take it as you will, like that Satan and demons are just manifestations of non-being, and this is kind of the liberal Jesuits speak that way.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. That has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with the Orthodox view of the distinction between nature and person. Do you believe this?
Fair enough. And so the other one is like, if they are created beings, and all.
Can I slow you down here? Good. So look, have you read Ad Thalassium by St. Maximus?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Okay, so in Ad Thalassium 15, he addresses this question in terms of what it means for the transfiguration of the cosmos. So the assumption underlying David Bentley Hart's argument, and what I hear you saying, is that there would have to be a kind of collapsing of person into nature such that all human beings, and all of the angels even, would somehow have the ability to participate in theosis. But Maximus's whole line of argumentation is that there's not the same mode of participation for every type of being, because willing is how you determine that participation. So you can't have it both ways, where on the one hand you're saying that Christ assuming human nature means everybody's saved, but also there's the free will possibility for everybody to, in the eschaton, choose good or evil. Do you believe that there is the choice of good and evil in the eschaton?
No, I think ultimately it's going to be a choice of how soon did you choose the good, and it's just like, as far as like the mode of participation is, again, back to the hierarchy of reward. Like, the first shall be last, the last shall be first. Satan was the first among the angels. If he was a created being, right, then he's going to be last. Right?
Hold on. Can demons? Can anyone listen, man? Hey. Can anyone be saved apart from grace?
Well, none of us are saved. None of us are created apart from grace. grace. None of us
Okay,
will be
but
saved
can
apart
anyone
from
be saved apart from theosis, which is different from what's proper to nature? This is a distinction that all Orthodox Christians teach. There is a distinction between nature and grace. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay. So if the demons who have their nature restored in the eschaton participate in ever being, where is there any idea that they participate in grace? Because there's no salvation without grace.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
How can demons be saved if they don't get grace?
Well, how can we be?
Because Christ assumed human nature. Doesn't Hebrews says? Hebrews. Listen. I'm about to boot you, dude. Just listen. I'm making a point that Hebrews says Christ did not assume the nature of angels, but he assumed the nature of men. Thus, men can be saved. Grace comes to men because of Christ assuming human nature. That's theosis, right? That's how it's possible to be saved. There is no salvation for demons. There is no salvation for Satan. And because it's very clear in Scripture that there's no grace for the demons. So if there's no grace for the demons, there's no salvation for demons. And thus, your argument that it's not fair is disproven by the angels.
Okay. I mean, I'll admit I'm not as educated on this subject as you are. Your line of argumentation is that Jesus did not incarnate as an angelic being, rather as a human being. That's Paul's line of argumentation. I understand what you're saying.
It's not my argument. It's in Hebrews.
Okay. I'm not an angelic being that fell, and so I don't have an emotional attachment to some fucking demon being redeemed eventually. It makes a lot more sense to me that, like, hey, yeah, there should probably be a process of God recapitulating all these things to their former glory.
There is, but that still doesn't negate...
Without being forced.
Okay, but that still doesn't negate the freedom of the will by which beings can either participate in that or not. Right. If they choose not to, then there's consequences for that because you won't be prepared.
I think we're gonna start getting to an argument like free will and like what is truly free will, and God is the only one. I don't know. But, it's a big part of Maximus's argument. So look, I'm just gonna tell you that I don't want you to boot me.
Then just chill for a second, man. Let me recommend to you just read, for example, what you see in St. Maximus say at the last hymn 15, because he deals with this very question there about in what way do all beings participate in ever being, and yet not all beings participate in theosis. There's a distinction there. That's the point. But hey,
I'm sorry. Can you say that recommendation again? St. Maximus what?
At the last hymn 15 specifically explains the way in which all being participates in ever being. All beings will be made ever being, right? Everlasting. Eternality will come to all beings. But that does not mean that all beings, angels, humans, etc., all participate in theosis. Theosis is only for the church and the good angels who chose the good at the beginning. So the society of those who are sons of God, not everybody's a son of God. The wicked in the eschaton will not be sons of God. They have ever being, but they have a they have a bad experience of the eschaton because they did not repent and become sons of God via the church. The church is being united to Christ is the only way to become a son of God. So the sons of God in the eschaton are the good angels who had their testing at the beginning before Adam and Eve had their testing, and the church who are the sons of God amongst men. That's the totality of the blessed in the eschaton according to all the first 1,000 years of Christianity. So does that make sense? So I was just trying to make an argument that the way to demonstrate my point about God not being unfair by limiting the potentiality of theosis is proven by the fact that it doesn't extend to the angels. Even though the angels are given ever being, they had their testing at the beginning. They had their testing before Adam and Eve. And so they chose either grace at the beginning or they chose to fall with Lucifer at the beginning. And they're locked into that. They can't come out of that state. They continually, perpetually will the bad, according to Every church father I'm aware of.
Don't you ever wonder why they would ever choose the bad?
I mean, those are questions beyond, the human domain. We're only told a little bit about what their testing was like.
This kind of speaks to
okay, well, look, dude. Hey,
too, right? Like,
it's good questions, man, but we're going to move on.
You know,
So, but you had good questions, dude. But I appreciate your questions, and feel free to come back next time. Thank you. All right. Alpenglow, what's up, dude? How you doing? Alpenglow, you have the floor. By the way, I'm going to share underneath this show David's video, which is a little brief video on David Bentley Hart, which is a classic because he really sort of nails, the main problem with David Bentley Hart in terms of collapsing person into nature, in terms of human anthropology and how that leads him to that originist type of universalist view. So there's David's video. I'll have to put it underneath the Twitter Spaces later. Alpen, what's up? Hit unmute, bro. Alpen, did you want to speak? If not, I'm going to move on. Oh, maybe I didn't hit the button. Okay, try again. We got a room full of people today. We got like 6 people trying to speak. Alpenglow, what's up?
Jay, what's happening, man? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Hey, I was wondering if you could help a slow boy out here. I'm just kind of tuning into this whole transcendental thing. It's all super new to me, and I've been thinking a lot about the video that you did maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. If memory serves, I believe you were referencing a paper that I think it was Quine and maybe his response to Hume. And I believe that there was a pretty substantial portion there where you were speaking about it was addressing using language as a universal, I believe. And you kind of made the point of okay, well, now what are we doing? We're allowing the people who write dictionaries to all of a sudden become a universal. And so I just started, it sent me down this rabbit hole of YouTube videos and stuff. And are you familiar with, I can't remember the name of it, but it's essentially there's this girl or a woman and she's in a room and she's learning. She's never been outside. She's never actually seen any color, but she's learning everything about what is the color red. Are you familiar with that at all? I think it's kind of a well-known thing.
Not off the top of my head, no.
All right. Well, anyways, I guess what I'm trying to understand is why can't it be? I'm just envisioning that go back to caveman days, right? And you've got cavemen grunting and trying to communicate things to one another.
Well, can I stop you right there?
Yeah, please do.
I don't believe that there were caveman days where people grunted. I think that language is there at the beginning of man's creation. I mean, if you look at Genesis, it says that God allowed Adam to name the animals. That's language. That's sort of a transcendental category from the beginning.
Okay. All right. Right on. I'm not arguing for the.
I just wanted to make that point that I don't have a evolutionary view of language. But go ahead.
Sure. No, and I think the only reason that I do is just from not.
That's fine. We don't have to go off into that. Go ahead. Go ahead and make your argument. That's fine.
Sorry.
We don't have to go off into that. That's fine. Go ahead and make your argument. Make your point. Go ahead.
No. Well, I was just kind of. I'm just trying to piece it together. I'm trying to. Let's say you didn't have that opinion. I'm just trying to understand why, if you are an empiricist, what's the argument against that being the start of it? If language wasn't given to us by God, I mean, how it seems like it could be something that just came out of the nature of living, right? And trying to communicate your very basic sense, needing.
Hold on. Can I stop you real quick?
And,
Okay, let's rewind here. So the question was originally about Quine's paper, Two Dogmas of Empiricism. And I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, I did that video where I tried to break down that famous essay for like the first hour and a half. And then you're saying, you're asking questions about language because there's a specific section where Quine is basically critiquing kind of the empiricist logical positivist school, who is saying that, well, in order to save analytic statements, those are just the ones that are true by definition. What does it mean to be true by definition? Well, it's interchangeable with other words that mean the same thing. Okay, so then what does that mean? Well, that means whatever the dictionary says. Well, who decides what that says? Well, people who decide what the definitions of words are. So it becomes a circle. So Quine's point was just that there's no way to separate analytic truths from synthetic truths because, for example, if you're going to define a bed, how are you going to define a bed without talking about actual real-world beds? Right. It just makes no sense. Obviously, the definition is going to require statements about the empirical world, a posteriori truths, etc. So that was the point, was that the analytic synthetic distinction doesn't work as a empiricist enterprise. So with that in mind, what was your question?
To be honest, it's also new to me. I'm not even totally sure what my question is, but the bed thing is interesting because I remember you saying that in the original video, and I was thinking to myself, like, okay, so can you think about that from, let's say you went off into I don't know, some foreign land where people had no exposure to modern civilization, literally had never seen a bed before. Like, it's
just an example. It wouldn't matter because it wouldn't matter because the principle would apply to their language as well, right? That they have some object and the symbolic grunts or whatever signify that object. So that wouldn't be a defeater for the argument, because the argument is trying to point out a specific thing that empiricists are trying to base their worldview on. And Quine, as an empiricist, is basically saying, guys, let's be honest, this doesn't work. That's all it is. It doesn't mean Quine's a theist. He's not trying to prove God's existence. He's just showing, like David Hume did, that empiricism falls apart. It doesn't work.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's a great. I think it's all super interesting. I feel like I still get a little lost in the understanding the circularity of it, but that's just my. That's just my lack of education. So I think that is helpful. And I just had one other quick question, if you don't mind. The other thing that...
well, you can ask your question. I'm not trying to misdirect you. It's just, can you, like, what is the question? I'm not understanding what the question is. Like, you're saying, can people get around the objection by pointing to caveman societies or primitive societies? I don't understand how that's an objection to the point.
I think I'm really just trying to piece together. I've just had this Darwinism, like Darwin-focused philosophy, just because that's what I was taught in school, and never really questioned it all that much. And now I've just gotten really tuned into you over the past 5 or 6 months or so, and all of this stuff is so interesting to me. And it's, but honestly, my brain. It isn't that I'm trying to defend
That's
what
fine.
I have been taught.
Right. I welcome you to ask the question.
It's honestly like my brain cannot comprehend what you're talking about half the time.
Okay, so maybe Darwinism isn't the best thing to reference, even though it's kind of tangentially related to this issue. I mean, not every empiricist is necessarily a Darwinian proponent, but 99% of the time they are. So remember, this is more in the domain of philosophy and epistemology. So David Hume, if we think about Hume coming out of the Enlightenment, is the arch skeptic. And the reason that he's useful for people like myself is not because I accept all of David Hume's conclusions or positions, but that he's consistent as an atheist skeptic. So we use his arguments to show atheists and skeptics that they need to be consistent, right? And their consistency leads to no justification for their beliefs. That's why David Hume is useful. So making that point, just to get that out of the way and make that clear. Now, W.V.O. Quine is a 20th century philosopher who basically repeats some of the arguments that David Hume made, just to reinforce the fact that there's not really a justification for the empiricist school of thought, you could say, which by the 20th century becomes the Vienna Circle. It becomes logical positivism. Logical positivism is kind of the end result of like the materialist, skeptic, atheist, scientism proponent, right? Who wants to say, I'm going to restrict knowledge to sense data. And this presents a lot of epistemological problems for the people who have that school of thought. And so all Quine is doing as a member of that school, like he's not against those guys. He's in that school of thought. He's just simply saying, guys, we have to be honest here and point out that empiricism is actually based on dogmas. Dogmas are not things that are rational, supposedly, right? Dogmas are just givens, right? They're pronounced by the authority of the philosopher or the scientist, right?
Right.
So he's saying that the presuppositions of empiricism aren't actually empirical. They're dogmatic. One of those presuppositions is the distinction between analytic and synthetic statements. For David Hume, now that's the terminology that Kant will use, right? Following Hume. But for David Hume, he calls them relations of ideas and matters of fact. Relations of ideas would be things true by definition, right? All bachelors are unmarried men, right?
Yeah.
Matters of fact would be statements about things in the world, right? The tree is growing and it is green, right? The tree in my yard is green. Do you see the difference between an analytic and a synthetic statement?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a presupposition of Hume and all the empiricists all the way up until the logical positivists, like Carnap. Carnap is the token logical positivist that Quine chooses as a person to critique. And he says Carnap's attempt to defend the analytic-synthetic distinction, which is fundamental to the enterprise of science, scientism, and empiricism, he's just saying it doesn't work. It's a big question-begging exercise because it's a big circle about how we understand analytic truths. And so he just shows in a series of arguments and examples that you can't actually distinguish analytic from synthetic in this neat and tidy way. Because, for example, how do you talk about the idea of bachelors without talking about men in the world who are bachelors? How do you talk about beds without actually using... I mean, do you think that what happens is that Quine's argument eventually gets down to people who make dictionaries, right? Do you think that a person who makes a dictionary and talks about beds has no experience with beds in the real world?
Right.
It's absurd, yeah. Right? Of course not. But so that's begging the question, right? Because remember, analytic truths can't be truths about matters of fact or things in the world. They're true by definition. So the analytic synthetic distinction is a dogma that breaks down. That's all and so one of the key points of empiricism fails. That's the point.
Yeah, I got you. That's
so
cool. And I'll just have
it doesn't matter if we went to a tribe who had never seen a bed. That's missing the point of the argument. There's nothing. I'm not faulting you for asking the question. I'm just saying that's missing the point of the thrust of Quine's critique, because Quine is critiquing the argument from Carnap, and Carnap is the one saying, well, what's analytic is what's true by definition. What's true by definition is what the dictionaries say, and what the dictionaries say is what the lexicographers write in it, and what they write in it is what's true by definition. Do you see how that's a circle? That's literally the argument of the paper.
Right. Yeah, that's helpful. I appreciate that. I was saying in relation to this, I've been thinking the past few days, especially since you did those two, you were on the fourth hour there of Lord Voldemort the other day. And I was thinking, I feel like I've kind of gotten pulled into this, but I've gotten pulled more so towards the empirical realm of things because of the insanity of the world that we seem to be living in these days, which I think is kind of unfortunate. It's like almost like people need to be going the exact opposite direction, but the powers that be have made things so irrational that can you see what I mean? How that would almost attract you to the empirical, because you're like, well, God, everything seems so just ludicrous that at least if I'm working in the empirical, there's some sort of North Star there. Does that make any sense?
Well, I mean, let's be clear here. So empirical sense data is not bad or false or wrong. That has a place in anybody's worldview. But that's different from empiricism, which is a school of philosophy and thought coming out of the Enlightenment. Two different things.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Yeah, thank you. That's good. Good distinction. Cool. Well, hey, just one other quick question.
Sure.
Different subject.
Sure.
The other thing that I'm really interested about that is new to me, over the years I've gravitated, I guess, pretty strongly towards the libertarian side of things, but that really just stems from my hatred of politicians and how useless most of them seem to be, and generally just kind of wanting to live my life where the government doesn't bother me too much. Mm-hmm. So I had never really given too much thought to the idea of monarchy. It just seemed like, it's always presented as, this hellish,
sure.
Dark Ages time. Right. So I was just curious, in terms of monarchies and their association with the church, what happens if, I think people like to make the argument as far as for democracies or republics or what have you, that if you wind up with bad politicians or a bad president or whatever it is, you can vote them out of there in 4 years or whatever it is. So, if you end up with a bad king,
well, that's what it's sold as, but in reality, democracies are oligarchies, and the oligarchs don't care about the people the scoundrels that come and go, because that allows the people to think that they live in this democratic process when in fact they don't. It's run by an oligarchy.
Oh, well, I couldn't agree more with that. Yeah. So, but my question remains, and I'm sure I could just Google this, but are there examples in history of, what happens if you get a bad, murderous, crazy king? Are there kings and queens who have been excommunicated and the church is kind of blew it on that one?
Well, yeah. There have been tons of evil monarchs and emperors who've been excommunicated. But, look at the world today. Do we really have a better situation with democratic republics? Don't we have just as much of a series of scoundrels? So in other words, the form of government itself is not necessarily going to protect you from corruption. Any form of government is liable and susceptible to corruption, right? Aristotle talked about this. He said that you can talk about better and worse, but they're all potentially corruptible. In Aristotle's argument, monarchy was the best because he thought that, if you had a benevolent leader, that would be the best for the society, and by extension, if there's a continuance via a family, kind of gives the people something to rally around. And the difference there is that one basic point that monarchists make is that the monarch is basically there from birth to be a statesman, and so he has a kind of a lifelong duty to the country. But if you think about the purpose of a politician, the politician is in basically a captive to his benefactors, right? He's captive to those who have bought him off and own him. And ideally, the monarch is not that. He can't be bought off because he's a monarch, you see. So now, obviously, in the history of the world, it gets complex, and yes, monarchs are at times bought off. But the nature of the politician himself is such that he is a prostitute to actually be bought off by the highest bidders. So in other words, the politician, by the logic of being a politician, has no loyalty to the people. His only loyalty is to his base. That's it. And the people who fund him. And he knows that he's in and out in 4 years, maybe 8 years, right? So he has no basis to be loyal long term. The monarch, if he's not loyal long term, has the potentiality of being ousted, right? So you see the difference there, and losing his head, right? No politician, typically speaking, is going to lose his head. They're just whores to be bought off. So, yeah, I just think those are specious arguments that Democratic, Republican type people make, assuming that it's somehow inherently more virtuous system because it has these platitudes about the people and this kind of stuff. I don't actually think it's the case. And in fact, even some libertarians, like Hans Hermann Hoppe, argue that a monarchy is actually a more libertarian system.
Well, I mean, I think that it kind of makes sense in a lot of ways, because I was just thinking at a very simplistic level. Like, I have a hard time imagining a monarchy that would be able to have grown such tentacles and be able to manipulate central banks to the point that you end up with the, military industrial complex is just one example that we have today. Like,
can I give you a book
recommendation?
Can I give you a book recommendation on this? There's a good book called History of Central Banking by Goodson, and it kind of details this relationship between like democracies and banks and monarchies and banks. That's a good book. And then also Hoppe's books on ironically, the funny part about it is that people have done studies where they compared like medieval French villages under monarchs and the laws and taxes that like the average French villager in the Middle Ages paid, and like how much time off he got versus the way we live today. And we think we're free, but like we work like 5 times more for like 5 times less than what medieval villagers like. So again, I mean, people don't know that kind of stuff. That puts things into perspective, and that is kind of the line of argumentation that Hoppe makes for monarchy actually being more libertarian than democracies. Democracies just really, republic democracies, they really just kind of end up being these. I think a republic is better than a democracy straight up. I mean, that's the worst, because that's just really oligarchy. And the oligarchy and the politicians, in order to, quote, run a democracy, the logic of that system dictates that they basically just appeal to the lowest common denominator, and thus to have the biggest numbers, and thus to the basest desires to control the greatest number of people. So the logic of that system is, and that's why even Plato, right, who was, the great proponent of a republic. I mean, Plato says that democracy is just the worst form of government because it immediately leads to a tyranny on the basis of an oligarch or oligarchy, because they have debased the people to be controlled by their passions. And I think Plato's totally right about that. But that doesn't mean I accept Plato's ideal republic, because Plato's ideal republic is actually the basis for all the communist dictatorships. All communist dictatorships and Soviet republics, communist republics, where do you think that comes from? Who wrote the Republic? Plato.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, it's good stuff, man, and thank you for the help with the Quine-Hume thing. I'll have to just keep, digging into really get
Let
it.
Me. There's a really good lecture that a professor did. Let me post that lecture. I don't remember this guy's name, but you'll have to watch the whole lecture to really get the point, and you'll see that I borrowed some of my analogies from him. I think he's just some professor from Austin. So I will share that in the chat. If you want to look it up on YouTube, it's called Quine on Analyticity and Other Dogmas by Professor Daniel Bonavac. I'll put it in the chat. His 1-hour lecture is a really good overview of the two dogmas, and he explains it really well. He gives a lot of good analogies. So again, it's the channel is it's Daniel Bonavac, who's a professor in Austin, and it's called Quine on Analyticity and Other Dogmas. So if you really want to get a more in-depth analysis of the two dogmas, I would recommend his lecture. I reread Quine's Two Dogmas, right? Because I hadn't looked at this since like 2006 in undergrad. So last week I reread the whole thing. I went and I reread Father Deacon's paper on it. And I watched 2 lectures from 2 different professors on it, so I'm pretty sure I'm correct in the way that I'm understanding Quine's Two Dogmas. So go watch Professor Bonavac's lecture and tell me if I'm getting it right. See what you think.
Cool. Appreciate all the work, Jay.
All right. Thank you, man. Good questions. All right. I'm having fun today. I'm in here sweating, boy. I'm sweating. Not because anybody has made me mad, but I'm sweating because the air conditioning is not on, and it's like a storm outside. So there's like all this hot storm air, It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. So put on all your clothes. We don't take off our clothes around here. I'm a never nude. I never take my clothes off. Ever, ever, ever. All right. Who's up next? DJ Roll. Are you a club DJ or is your name DJ? What's up, DJ? Just hit unmute, bro. You have to hit unmute, dude. DJ Roll is in the house. DJ Roll is on the turntables. What's up? You're on the turntables, bro.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was next. About the mics, like, to give other people a little leeway, like, I think mics break out, like,
what now?
I can't hear you as well when we're talking. So just give other people, like, an excuse or whatever.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah, I was going to ask about, because I'm Protestant, and I was kind of hoping Orthodoxy would be a little bit more, what do you call it, together? I know that's not a good argument, but I was hoping they'd be more united, I guess, because I do like the Orthodox Church. But yeah, like, what do you not think that, like, someone like Father Damick, I know you have your issues with him, do you think, like, he's just a false teacher or something?
Well, I mean, a person's personal pride and vanity is different than the issue of, like, teaching false doctrine. I don't follow Father Damick well enough to actually even know what he talks about. I remember, 4 or 5 years ago, I promoted his videos because I thought his, kind of introductory videos on Orthodoxy were good. Everybody talked about his book. And so I, had no problems with him. And then he sort of took it upon himself to sort of be this white knight and to sort of paint me as this evil misogynist and all this kind of stuff. So a lot of that was motivated over whatever his personal issues are. But I don't actually know. I mean, I hear that he teaches sort of ecumenist stuff, but I don't actually follow his work enough to even know what he teaches. So, but what does that have to do with, like, Orthodoxy as a whole in terms of, like, I mean, you understand? I mean, he's one priest, right? I mean, there's, like, a gigantic world of Orthodoxy. It's not summed up in somebody like Father Damick.
Yeah.
So what's
and
the?
I've been listening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess it kind of has to do with, like, the whole, like, because I'm learning a little bit, but I'm truly ignorant about the whole Russia-Ukraine. Like, seems like Russia's supposed to be, like, Orthodox, and Ukraine's supposed to be Orthodox, and I guess there's some type of schism in Ukraine, and I was like, it's just, like, there's one half that's, like, liberal or something.
Well, goes back to the Cold War, and if you go watch the videos that I did this week, the ones that I did for my channel over on Rockfin and for Lord Voldemort, I go into the whole history of that from a geopolitics perspective, and I also have videos that I put up pretty recently explaining the church angle of it too. So the church angle of it is a reflection of the geopolitical angle. So the West wants to basically peel away Ukraine from the sphere of Russian influence. And so that doesn't just apply to the social sphere, it also applies to the religious sphere. So they want to have basically a kind of CIA-backed alternative version of the Orthodox Church that's not under the sphere and influence of the Moscow Patriarchate. So that's the reason for the schism in the Ukraine. And the pressure was put upon the Ecumenical Patriarch to support the schismatic by the U.S. State Department. So that's in summation, the whole point of it.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you know the history of the church, for example, I mean, this has happened many times in the history of the church where the state attempts to control and influence, right? We saw this with the Arian crisis, where the Arian emperors attempted to make the church Arian, and they even succeeded in getting most of the bishops to sign on to that. We see it in the iconoclast controversy, where most of the bishops that are the sort of the big city bishops, right? The metropolitans and people like this, they were under the influence of the iconoclast emperor who wanted to make the church iconoclast. And of course, that didn't win out. So there have been many places in the history of the church. The Council of Florence, many of the Orthodox bishops, patriarchs compromised at the Council of Florence with the Roman Catholic West. So, but none of that has anything to do with like, I mean, the point there is that it doesn't really matter which church you chose. That's a problem that would be in any church, right? So even if you're Protestant, you had some kind of like branch theory view of the church. I mean, the Protestant churches are like 10 times more split up than the Orthodox church. So
No, I agree.
I mean, and the same problem exists in the Roman Catholic Church, because even if you think that if you think that the first 1,000 years of Christianity is the Roman Catholic Church, then the very things that they're arguing about splits and schisms applies to the first 1,000 years. So the question could be turned on them. Well, then the Roman Catholic Church has caused the schisms has schisms with the Orthodox and the Orientals and all the different Nestorians and all these different groups. You see the point how if you make this argument, it actually falls back on any position. It doesn't really work.
Yeah. I guess that was just more of like a personal hopeful thing, because I got some personal issues with the Roman Catholic or Roman Catholic like church in general, and I think actually your videos like kind of destroyed them more than any Protestant like preacher, pastor, theologian that I know of.
Okay, well that's good.
So, but yeah, I mean, like, and I appreciate like, because I've been learning about the Orthodox evangelists, and especially what they did in Alaska, because that's where I'm from.
Oh, cool. So
yeah, they definitely did a lot better than the Catholics as far as like
right. So if you want to, so I have a video kind of covering multiple ones. So there's a video I did called "Spooky Subversion of Orthodoxy." That one's had like 20,000 views. There's another one where I critique the Patriarchate from like 3 years ago. There's the interviews that we did with Jim Jotras, interviews that I did with Metropolitan Jonah. All of those interviews address the Ukraine situation. So okay. I would direct you to those if you want more info on that.
Okay. So two issues that let's see if you can tackle.
Okay.
Maybe this will like destroy your position. No, not really. But so I was like, the only reason like I know of Orthodoxy is from the internet. Like just hearing about you, and also I really enjoyed what's his name's book, Father Stephen DeYoung. I actually like read his like recent book. That's really good. So yeah, the only reason I know of Orthodoxy is from the internet. Like nobody like evangelized me about Orthodoxy and whatnot. I mean, kind of heard about it, but know anything about it. So I guess I was just hoping that there would be a little bit like more evangelists, that they truly think like Orthodoxy is like the true church in a way. And I know Protestants especially go to third world countries a lot. That's why I have a deep appreciation for Protestants evangelizing.
Well, so I mean, have you seen Ubi just did a video on Orthodox evangelism? Have you seen that?
Oh, I think I've seen partial of that. I was like debating on whether I want to subscribe to his Patreon to see like the rest, but I gotta watch more of that, I guess.
Well, so he's got one that Do the Orthodox Evangelize. That's about 3 videos back on his channel. But anyway, so what exactly is there a question, or what's the issue? Do Orthodox evangelize?
Yeah, well, I know it's pretty Orthodox is pretty big here in Alaska, and I guess I just never heard like person to person type thing. The only way I know of it is like.
Well, let's slow down here. So we have different ideas. First of all, in terms of what constitutes evangelism. So the Protestant idea of evangelism is, you know, a husband and a wife, fly to some country and they set up a mission, and they, give out gospel tracts, and they, try to build a little chapel, but that's not what we think of evangelism as. We don't do Romans Road evangelism. We think that evangelism is like, if you go to the Orthodox Church, you enter into catechesis, and catechesis is like 1 to 3 years. So it's not a Romans Road, you join the church that day like a Baptist church type of thing. So we have a different idea of what constitutes evangelism than Protestant missions. So because we have a different doctrine of the church. Protestants have a social doctrine of the church. They don't see the church as a divinely instituted apostolic succession singular entity from history. Protestants see the church as this sort of thing that you can kind of DIY, do it yourself.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I lost you for a second. Oh, I see. And one last thing is,
Yeah.
So the struggle I have, like from a Protestant mind, to be honest, is like I hear about Orthodox and their big claims, and I mean I still like listening to you guys, even though you have like a strong stance that you have to be saved in like the Orthodox Church. Is there like grace for people like outside the Orthodox Church? Because what I struggle with is what Protestants think is like we completely like depend on Jesus for like our salvation. We don't want to give any glory to ourselves, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what it sounds like. I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but it sounds like it's like a church is saving us in the Orthodox Church.
Well, that's a false dichotomy because the church is the body of Christ, and we take that to be a real metaphysical thing. I mean, Paul in his letters writes to the Ephesians, to the Corinthians, and he says, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, you are the body. So there can't be 30,000 different baptisms. There's not a spiritual baptism that's completely distinct and separate from water baptism. There's one baptism, and that the church, according to Paul, is intimately and necessarily linked to the one Lord, the one faith, the one body, the one baptism. And the Creed says that is the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. So we can't come up with our own ideas of setting Jesus over against the church, because Jesus said, whoever receives you receives me, to the apostles, right? So the apostles have the authority of Christ, even to the extent that Jesus breathed on them in the Gospel of John and says, whoever sins you remit, they're remitted. Whoever sins you retain, they're retained. That's the office of the keys. And then at Pentecost, he sends the Holy Spirit upon them to go forth into the nations. Now, when they're empowered at Pentecost to go forth, do you think in the book of Acts there's one church, or do you think that there's like 20 different churches in the book of Acts?
Oh, there's supposed to be one church, yeah.
Okay. So when Paul writes his letters to Timothy, and he says, I laid hands on you, Timothy, and you are in charge at Ephesus, and don't you lay hands on anybody too quickly, because the gift of the Holy Spirit is transferred via my laying on of hands to you, and then you laying on of hands to someone else. Does that sound like anything Protestant, or does that sound like apostolic succession?
I've heard that argument from you a bunch of times, and that's a good point.
Well, the point is that that's the model of that's the apostolic model of the church. So when they go out, the apostles are all doing the same thing, right? They're not doing something different than what Paul did. So they're setting up churches throughout the empire via that way. And if you read Titus 1, right, Titus speaks of one person being in authority in that area because they're appointed to be that. So the point is that the church is not a do-it-yourself thing. There's an actual historical lineage of the church. And when you go read the Council of Nicaea and you read the canons of Nicaea, and then when you read the councils after that, you'll notice that the church of those councils has the attitude and the mindset that they are bishops as successors of the apostles. They have the authority to bind people to their interpretation of the scriptures. And people that disagree, they get excommunicated. So the church sees itself as having that authority, and that's not a contradiction to Jesus, because Jesus is present in his church. Paul says, I am a co-operator with Christ. Christ is at work in me. So Paul's authority is not against Christ. It comes from Christ. And that authority is passed on to the apostolic successors.
Okay.
So there's no contradiction between Jesus' authority and the authority of the church.
Oh, can I actually ask you a question about
Sure.
transcendental?
Sure. Go ahead.
Because I honestly, I'm starting to think, because I've listened to like Reformed people like make the argument, and it sounded like terrible. And then I came across you making it, and it actually like made a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, honestly, do you think people are just too like slow? I mean, I don't understand everything. I'm not that smart myself. But do you think people are just too slow to understand the argument?
I think a lot of the atheists on the internet atheist sphere don't have any knowledge of philosophy at all. They've never had any reading or class on epistemology, so they have no idea what we mean by asking questions like justification. They think it just means telling a story or making up something on the spot, right? So, and they don't know what logical fallacies are. So I think a lot of people, partly the problem is, yes, a lack of education, but in our anthropology, it's not just that. And, according to Romans 1, fallen men have a desire to suppress the truth because they're fallen. So there's also that element too. So I think there's a combination of things going on. I think a lot of people are dumbed down today. That's another element to where maybe 100, 200 years ago, you look at those examples that have gone around the internet for a long time of, 8th grade tests from the year 1890 or whatever. And it's like stuff that college kids can't do, right? So there's the dumbing down element. There's a lot of factors that go into why people don't get it, can't get it. But did you have a specific thing about it, or just why do people not get it?
Yeah, because I used to think there's no way people would just say, like, oh, maybe the resurrection of Jesus happened, but that doesn't mean anything. But I've actually heard that a lot more recently, because people are trying to get into New Age stuff now. And so it's like that doesn't convince them that Christianity is true. So I don't know. What would you say about that? Like, oh, maybe Jesus did resurrect, but, he's just part of the greater, spirituality type thing.
Well, are you asking from an argument from a presuppositional standpoint? So if I'm not an evidentialist, so I don't think that if I was to just convince somebody that it's possible that Jesus resurrected, that doesn't prove Christianity. I mean, that could mean anything. So the resurrection only has its meaning in the context of the whole Christian system and paradigm. So that's why I wouldn't make just a resurrection argument. But how are you relating that to New Age? I'm confused. What's the question exactly?
I guess from your point of view, how would you argue with that type of New Age person
that said that they believe Jesus resurrected, but they give it a New Age meaning?
Yeah, actually, if you just want to explain that, I actually have to go.
Okay. Thanks. Good question.
I'll get off here and I'll just listen to you.
Yeah, I would say that, it's a great example of why an evidentialist argument doesn't work. I mean, I could be a Buddhist and concede that Jesus rose from the dead. So what? I could be a naturalistic atheist and say, okay, maybe somebody rose from the dead in the past and we just haven't figured out the correct naturalist explanation for it. None of those things how many saints in the Old Testament, Elisha's the bones of Elisha raised somebody from the dead. Okay, but I'm not going to say, therefore Judaism's true. You see, it doesn't make any. It's a non sequitur, and it's just as dumb and bad as the argument that look how the apostles went from being scared to after the resurrection they're bold. Therefore Christianity's true. That's a non sequitur. It's only meaningful in that sense, in that interpretation, if Christianity is true, and that's what's being asked. So it's a non sequitur. So I would not make that argument. And a New Ager who says, I believe Jesus rose from the dead, but it means Christ consciousness, man. It's another example of why just the brute fact of a resurrection does not lead to the conclusion of Christianity. When you give it all the other Christian meaning and interpretation, then yes, it does mean the Christian meaning. But that's what's in question. That's why evidentialism is such a dumb approach to atheists. It's granting the atheists the autonomy that you should be questioning from the outset. It's just a dumb way to argue. And that was, basically what we brought up in the Trent debate. But great questions. Dan Octavian. What's up, Dan? Dan the man. Just hit unmute, Dan. Dan, are you there? You are unmuted. Are you there? Dan Octavian. Is your mic on, Dan? Remember, this only works on the app. So if you're on a PC, it just doesn't work. Twitter Spaces only works on the app. Dan, are you there? All right, well, I guess we're going to move on. Dan, you can try to request to speak again, and we'll try you again, but it's not working right now. So try that again. 604. What's up, 604? Just hit unmute 604. 604, you are on the air. You got to hit unmute.
Yo,
Hey, what's up?
Jay,
Yes, sir.
you got me? All right, good. Forgive me, firstly.
Oh, you're forgiven. You have greatly offended me.
Well, I mean, that's what we do. I mean,
I'm just
probably,
joking.
I mean,
It's
I've
just a
been
joke,
talking
man.
to you for like 4 years, 5
It's
years,
just a
6
joke.
years. I don't know.
It was just a joke.
2014, 2015. So I probably pissed you off at some point. I never did it on Forgiveness Sunday. So there you go.
It was just a joke. That's fine. Go ahead. What's up, man? How you doing?
No. Question. Have you seen the recent posting of a video of Joseph Abetapeti talking about, I think he was referencing the prophecies of a few Greek saints, including Paisios, about Turkey and Constantinople and all that sort of stuff. And not trying to get us into any trouble getting picked up here with any words, but you're the expert on that, so I'll just try and beat around the bush with my question a bit. But that video I'm talking about, he mentions a change of tide in the politics of Istanbul, let's say, at the highest level, and that's resulting from, he says, about fuel being destroyed or something with fuel, probably from Kurdistan or something like that.
Honestly, man, I do not know much about this topic. And,
okay, so
so
I was
Father Hears it would be the.
Know anything
I'm
about
not expert.
those
Father Hears
policies
Father Hears would be the person to ask about that. I don't actually know.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
Do you have? I don't know if you're really much of a military guy. I think I got into your stuff with Ukraine, and that's kind of like what pushed me towards the church, because I saw people like really living the life, like even in war, when nobody was watching. So I was like, okay, I got to figure this out. Like, what do you
mean a military guy?
Motivation, right? So I started talking to you, and we were trading information on Twitter around the war, in the first war, in DPR, PR, and all that. So thanks for that.
So I'm not a military guy, no. But what's your question?
The question is, do you have? I don't know if it's like back then, were you mostly like church and theology concerned, even with the current events? But because back then you weren't really on military stuff. But do you have any opinions on the military situation? Or
I'm not. I mean, I like geopolitics. I like geopolitics in terms of like international relations and espionage and that kind of stuff. But do you mean like military history and warfare? I don't know much about that now.
Yeah. Well, what I don't know if somebody. I'm late to the chat today, right? So I haven't heard earlier conversations. But have you given your opinion on what your understanding is, or your near-term predictions are, maybe if you have any, about Ukraine politically and stuff?
Right. Well, so really we can't go into that on YouTube. I did a video. I did the 4th hour of Lord Voldemort 2 days ago. I did a video on the ideological clash behind the situation right now that is on YouTube. And then I did 2 different interviews on Rockfin, one of which was with a former Marine Corps analyst. So I have done many of those topics, but
that's JW, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I saw that and I listened to that and I couldn't find out who this JW was. So I hadn't heard the first interview you did with him a few months ago.
Yeah, we did one on China 6 months ago, but he is he analyzed the South China Sea 20 years ago for the Marines, so he knows a lot about that. He knows all about weapons and systems, and I don't know anything about all that stuff. So I just asked him questions, and kind of let him talk. But no, when it comes to the actual military stuff, I don't know much about that. No.
Is there any change in your opinion as far as like near-term things between, like, because I've listened to those conversations, but as far as
today's
like,
topic, I'm not trying to be mean to you, 604, because we're your buddy, I guess. I don't recall talking what we talked about a while back. I'm not doubting you, I just don't remember. But
no, I'm just saying
so today's topic is atheism, Catholicism, Roman Protestantism. So it's.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's okay.
Oh, that's
all right.
That's
it's just not. It's not you. It's not Ukraine today.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I couldn't see a chat title, so
it's all right.
Like before.
So far today we've had discussions about universal salvation, Quine's 2 dogmas of empiricism, and Protestant ecclesiology. So that's what we talked about today. Anyway, well, you didn't have to leave, but good questions. No, I don't know anything about. I'm not like a military historian. Although, I guess technically Quigley is a military historian, but I didn't read any of his military history. I've only read his geopolitical books, so I'm not very up to par on military stuff. Sorry, guys. Dan Octavian is back. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Just hit unmute and let's try again.
Hello there. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, man. How you doing? You got through.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. So I heard the theme just now, so I'll probably check first if this is appropriate for the theme. So my questions were the discussion that I wanted to start was around how Protestantism influenced, let's say, the globalism as it is today, because I watched your videos about globalism, and I wanted to understand better what is the link between did the Protestant faith have an impact on globalism growing around the world, and are the two things interlinked in some way, in your opinion?
Yes, I think you could draw some ideological lines of thought that would, for example, connect Protestantism to the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, and thus the Enlightenment, scientific revolution definitely had an ideological impact on the West, and particularly the Anglo-American establishment and the philosophy that undergirds them. That's kind of what I talked about in my last YouTube video about the liberal imperium kind of adopting the liberal ethos of the West, classical liberalism. And yes, I would say classical liberalism is at least tangentially, if not directly, connected to Protestantism, I guess. Yeah, I think you could argue that.
In that case, would you say that principles like the principle of free speech is something that is also inspired from the faith, or it's just a more like a legal type of principle?
No, I think that's a great example of something directly from the Protestant world. So the idea of freedom of conscience, freedom of the press, free speech. I mean, that's straight up like Luther, Calvin, Protestant stuff right there.
Great. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to, because I think that's what I was suspecting. So, given that it's coming from Protestantism, right? Because normally in Orthodoxy, we don't. In the Orthodox world, this principle being so important never came up. But to me, and I guess to a large portion of the world, this principle has been like a guiding principle when operating in the world, at least in the last few decades, when America's influence expanded around the world, and we kind of taken it for granted as like this is the right way to do things. But as we come to question these kind of principles, like this one, as you said, coming out of Protestantism, how do you think this principle fits, for example, in Orthodoxy, and is it so? It seems like it's not as important, and is not as
because free speech. Yeah, because it's an Enlightenment ideal, right? So I mean, the Enlightenment doesn't come out of Orthodox theology, so that's why there wouldn't be this stress on freedom of the press, freedom of speech. So,
got it. In that case, I was also trying to reason about it in terms of like, is this principle actually, even though we didn't derive it out of, let's say, the core Orthodox faith, let's say, is it still a principle that's of extreme value?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it would be a completely different ethos if we lived in an Orthodox imperium. There would be probably some place for free speech, but again, that's probably going to be dictated by the governing laws of an Orthodox empire, which would be different from anything in the West. We haven't seen that. I don't live in an Orthodox empire. I've never lived in one. I mean, I guess, Russia would be the remnants of that from the Byzantine Empire. If you have a third Rome type of view, I don't know what Russia's laws about speech were under the Tsar. That doesn't necessarily mean it's ideal just because of some situation under the Tsars. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Got it. Yeah, yeah. Because my thesis was that there's some values or like the principle of free speech that it hasn't emerged from let's say the core Orthodox belief system, but it's still a principle that it has emerged, let's say, from the other branch.
Yeah, I think there would, right?
That we want to value,
right,
and we want to keep going forward. Would you agree with that, or?
I think there needs to be a place for it, but at the same time, like, it's got to be limited by stuff like, you can't blaspheme publicly and stuff like this, right? I mean, there's got to be, even now there's limitations in terms of slander and stuff like that. So yeah, there has to be limitations, but I don't know. I just don't know what the right place for that is. But good questions. Anything else?
No, I think that's it for now. Thanks a
Yeah,
lot.
sorry I didn't have a better answer to exactly how free speech would go down. JY. JY.
Oh, hey, yeah, there's a delay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So I recently encountered a Messianic Jew style person, and they kept on going into sort of this like breakdown of the Hebrew, the Greek, and Aramaic. And they said, well, this word literally means that, so it can only mean like race, for example. So like he's like, when the Bible talks about a nation, they're not talking about a nation, they're talking about a race, which is the Jews, and which is why the Jews are still the chosen.
So we're not going to talk about that. The topic is theism. That's why I knew I shouldn't have gone to that dude to begin with, because I knew what he was going to bring up. So topic is clearly stated at the top. I don't know why. I'm not being mean to anybody, but like, I look at this and it says, I know what, maybe this doesn't. So maybe it doesn't say what the topic is. Oh, this is a different space. That's why. So that's not actually anybody else's fault, but I made 2 different spaces this morning. That's what it is. Let me fix that real quick. And now this space doesn't have a topic for the title. So let me fix that. Debating Catholicism, atheism, Catholicism, Protestantism, paganism versus J. Okay, sorry about that. I fixed that because we actually didn't have a title for the space, so there was supposed to be. But anyway, I still don't want to answer that dude's question because. Anyway, let's move on. False High, what's up? False High, how you doing, baby?
Hey Jay, how you doing?
Doing well, man. What's up?
So I apologize if this isn't in the vein of it. It is about theism, Catholicism.
That's cool. It's not anybody else's fault. I thought that I accidentally created 2 different spaces, and I put a title and topic for the first one, and then didn't do it for this one. So it's not your fault. Go ahead.
Okay. Just obviously cut me off if it's not working for you. So I come from a Roman Catholic background, but I've been getting into Orthodoxy pretty much since I found you. And I had a similar path where I was going down. I was in the middle of catechism, and I was struggling with it. So I eventually started looking into SSPX, and you know where that leads. And it was a rabbit hole, and I eventually fell away from it, and then I started finding your videos. So I've been trying to get into the Orthodox Church, and this is all my own doing, and it's definitely scrupulous. But I'm struggling with the, I guess, cultural aspect with the churches in my town, and it's not that I have anything against any of the cultures, but the church that I've been trying to go to is Greek, and everyone there is very Greek, and I'm getting a sense of a liberalist kind of vibe to it. And after I spoke to the father, it was kind of confusing, and he seemed like he was side-eyeing me with some of my questions. So I'm not ultra-conservative, but I was kind of telling him my troubles with Catholicism, and he seemed like he was, I don't know, he didn't seem like he was picking up on my vibe very much, and I wasn't obviously looking for him to, you know, go like on a full conservative spiel for me. But anyway, I've looked into other churches around my area, and one is Russian and the other one's Serbian. And again, I have nothing against these people. I'm super interested, but both of those Serbian and Russian churches say their liturgies in their own languages. So I'm struggling trying to get into it. And I guess mainly it's not a debate question, but I was wondering if you had any trouble with that along your journey.
No, I didn't, because
any recommendations?
I didn't, because I went to the Latin Mass for like 7 years. So I was very used to reading along in the missal to the Latin liturgy. And then, of course, the homily will be in English. So, I mean, I go to either a Russian or a Serbian church now, and I think once a month they do an English liturgy, and then they do the other liturgies in the Slavonic, but the homily and everything is in English. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm used to it. So I would just say that that's something that you will get used to if you don't have an option where people are doing it regularly in English. You would probably find the Russian or the Serbian churches to be more conservative on average, as opposed to the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's most of the feedback I was looking for. And I was getting into Latin Mass, obviously, because I was pursuing the SSPX, and I like it. And I would actually love to learn the other side of the language, so that's not a problem. But I was just curious if you had any of those issues for yourself, but it's good to know and hear.
I think when I first started going to Latin Mass, it was a little weird. Then I got used to it, and it didn't bother me at all. After a few years, it just totally seems normal. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. Good questions. Somebody in the chat is asking, why don't you do shorter videos? So this is how I make a living, right? Super chats don't come from short videos. I've made many short videos. Short videos get as many or less shares and views than 2, 3, 4 hour live streams. So there's literally no impetus, no incentive to do short videos. If I would get 50, 100,000 views on short videos, I would do more short videos. A couple of the shorter videos, like the top 10s, those have about 40 or 50,000 views now, but that took like 2 years. So what's the point of doing? There's literally no incentive at all to a short video. It doesn't get more views, doesn't get more shares, makes zero money. It takes a day or two to make short videos, right? So when I do the highly produced Nikon, camera with all the fancy HD and everything, it gets no more views than these. So people keep asking me this. That's why. I'm not mad at you for asking that. I explain it all the time. But all right, let's see. Maximus the something. I can't see the rest of the name. What's up, Maximus? How you doing? I wish Father Deacon or somebody would hop in so I can go to the little boys' room. I gotta go TT now. Maybe Rachel, you want to hop on and plug your book or something while I can go to the bathroom? What's up, Maximus? You unmute.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
how you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I just had a couple questions.
Sure.
Regarding the created versus uncreated grace.
Okay.
Stuff. And so obviously we draw a distinction between sort of the created energies of God and the uncreated energies.
Whoa. Stop right there. There's no created energies of God. Every energy of God is fully divine. And so if we were to take the Barlaamite position that there were created energies of God, we would be polytheists. That's the argument that St. Gregory Palamas makes to Barlaam. So there are no created energies of God.
So I guess what would the term be for like God's activities that are contingent or are the result of his will?
So if you're talking about like creating the world is an effect. That's a created effect. But the action of creating is just as uncreated as any of God's other actions. God has no created parts.
Okay. So you're saying the action of creating is uncreated in the sense that his capacity to create is uncreated? Or
No, I'm saying that anything that God does is fully God, because God is fully present in every one of his actions. So if he's creating, it's just as much God as if he's displaying his love or his glory. But God can do different things. So we don't restrict God to only being able to do one type of eternal action, right? This is part of the modal collapse argument. So, for example, God can create, he can walk on water, he can do a theophany. Theophanies come and go. So they're not eternal actions. They are temporal manifestations of the uncreated. And whether it's Dionysius all the way up to St. Gregory of Palamas, the question that's raised, how is that possible? The answer is that God transcends the logical categories and the temporal categories. God can do anything that God wants to do. So he can manifest in time and space as a theophany and leave. And that was a one-time action. And he's able to do that because he's God. That's the answer of St. Gregory of Palamas to that question. But that doesn't make the theophany a creature. The theophany is really God in time and space. Really him. Because God can do different things. It's triad 3. So St. Gregory of Palamas has, in the triad, it's triads 3, where he deals with this question. Go ahead.
So I guess I'm just having so all these acts, so like the theophany, I mean, so it's not created, but it would seem to have like a beginning and an end, right?
Yeah, but God can do those things.
It's God's activity.
Right. God can do those things in time and space. They're still uncreated because he's God. That's the answer of St. Gregory of Palamas. So, for example, John Damascus makes the argument that when Jesus walks on water, that is a power proper to the divinity, right? So the action of walking on water is something that demonstrates and shows the divine power that he has to do that action, right? Right? Do you agree? Okay, so that's an action at one point in time and space that is different from walking on water or destroying the world, right? Mm-hmm. So God can do actions within time and space that are unique to that time and space, that are truly divine actions, but are not eternal. And how God can do that is because God transcends the categories of temporal limitations. Mm-hmm. That's the answer of Maximus, Palamas, John Damascus. They all give the same answer.
Okay, so I mean, I clearly get that it's a manifestation of a power proper to divinity. Mm-hmm. But when there's a particular manifestation of it, it's still not proper to call that particular manifestation created or something like that.
No, that's the heresy of Barleon. So, for example, let's think about the Theophanies. The Theophanies aren't creatures. Mm-hmm. Do you think that when they worship the angel of the Lord, it's a creature? Or is it Jesus himself?
Mm-hmm. So
it's really God.
So, okay. So then all of God's acts are like that.
Correct. God is fully present in every action that God does.
Okay. And so then I guess where does the distinction between, how do we draw the distinction between the creatures and the sort of uncreated acts? Well, anything that's their own powers, but they're also part of, right, the divine energy that is like sustaining creation.
So let's think about the human analogy that the Cappadocians use. So when I work or act to build a house, like the action of doing that is an action that's proper to human nature and human power, right? It's a work that I can do as a human, or any human could potentially do, right? So when I do that, I mean, I'm the one that's acting to build, right? I'm fully present, so to speak, in the action of building this house. And when I build the house in some way probably reflects, something about me. Like I put some of my interests and my character and eccentricity into the house that I built, right? So to make the analogy to God or in the world, like the house is the effect of the work. The work is the energy that I use, the action that I did to build the house. I, as a person, am distinct from the action of building the house, even though I'm fully present in the act of building the house. And building a house is something proper to human nature. So the nature that I have as the person Jay is manifested, you could say, through the action of building the house. But neither the house nor the action define my nature or my person. They just kind of show it or demonstrate it or reflect it, so to speak. So in the same way, God is fully present in the action of creating the world. It's a demonstration of divine power to act to create. And the action of creating is different, distinct from the action of God's eternal glory or the manifestation of his eternal love or his divine foreknowledge. Those are all different things. God is fully present in every one of his acts, but his acts are not absolutely, strictly speaking, all identical. And so the world is a created effect that the action of creating the world caused. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I'm just confused because that.
Okay.
So
let's go back. So John Damascus, hold on. So John Damascus, maybe this will help. In his book on the Orthodox faith, in book 3, chapter 15, he distinguishes person, nature, will, action, and effect. Those are all distinct things in Orthodox theology and triadology and Christology. They're all distinct. So when Thomas asked this question, I'm not saying you're Thomas, I'm just saying this is typically the line of argumentation. They collapse action into actor, and they just cash it out as cause and effect. God's the cause, the world's the effect. We're adding another layer, and we're saying God's actions are distinct from his essence because he does different things. Thus, you can't collapse all of God's actions and attributes into his essence, because walking on water is different from creating the world. And those are divine actions. They're two different divine actions. They're not identical, clearly.
Yeah, I guess the part that is confusing me, I guess, is that when you use the analogy of the house, I think that does a pretty good job of summing out how like walking on water works, because there's the effect that he is indeed walking on water, and then there's the energy that manifests. There's the activity. I guess where I get confused is how that cashes out in the Theophanies, because that seems like
walking on water is no different than the Theophany, because the Theophanies are the second person of the Godhead energetically manifesting in the Old Testament period, pre-incarnation, right? So it's Jesus in his pre-incarnate manifestation as the angel of the Lord, doing all of these things in time and space for the Israelites, wrestling with Jacob, walking with Adam and Eve in the garden, appearing to Hagar, right? So to do these things, the cloud and the Shekinah glory cloud, the fire with the Israelites in the Exodus. Okay, these are Jesus energetically manifesting in time and space, or Moses. Jesus manifesting at Mount Sinai and talking face to face with Moses, having a meal with Moses, according to Exodus. Okay, that's Jesus in time and space.
I guess where I get confused on this is that so like talking to Moses, clearly the sort of power, the activity that causes the change in the world. That clearly would be for me. I see how that's the energy,
it's not a creature.
That's activity.
It's not a creature.
Yeah. But wouldn't like the vocalization, like the word itself, or the image of the theophany itself be like an effect?
No, they're uncreated energies. You can't worship creatures. The theophanies are worshipped because they are God himself in time and space, just like the second person of the Godhead is walking around in time and space in Jerusalem, right? That's not a created effect. That's really God. So, for example, this is why the debate over the theophanies ends up being debate over the transfiguration. So in Matthew 17, it says that Jesus stood there and the light, right, of glory shone forth through his humanity, right? Okay, do we agree there in the transfiguration?
Yeah.
Okay, is the light of glory created?
Yeah, but I don't. I mean that because if they're talking about an activity, then yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
Hold on.
But I guess
the word energies is applied to either activities at times, attributes at times, distinct actions at times, right? Or the logi even. So energy can encapsulate all those things. And again, the principle is no different whether it's a theophany or whether it's the transfiguration. The light of glory that's shining out of Christ in time and space is uncreated. What's unclear about that in terms of transfiguration?
So I guess it's because when you use the analogy of the house, when we're talking about something like the theophany, so for example, like the three visitors.
Hold on. The analogy of the house was an analogy to the creation of the world, not a theophany.
Okay.
The creation of the world is the effect, the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The theophany is not an effect; it's God Himself. It's just as much God as Jesus is God walking around in time and space.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess it just doesn't seem to sort of square with. So I understand it's two different situations: the creation of the world, which is analogous to the house, and the manifestation of the theophany. But in my mind, I guess they just don't seem to line up in the sense that, like, the three visitors to Abraham, or like the actual words.
How would it's the exact same? It's the three visitors are two angels and the angel of the Lord Jesus. It's the exact same. How is it any different? The only difference between the theophanies and the transfiguration is that now he has a human nature. That's it. That's the only difference.
Well, because it seems like the activity of the sort of it makes sense that the activity of the theophany and that it's walking around doing things. Yeah, that all seems clearly energetic.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that but the fact that it's there almost seems like an effect of the energies, I guess, because the same way that we would say creatures. There's not. There's nothing created in a theophany.
They're not creatures. They're God Himself. You can't worship. Do you understand that theophanies are worshipped?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're God Himself. You can't worship creatures, right? Every time somebody worships a creature or an angel, they're rebuked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, God is not a creature. The theophanies are called God. They're called Yahweh. They're called the Redeemer, etc., etc. So that's really the second person of the Godhead in time and space. When it says, for example, the Logos came to the prophet Isaiah, the word of the Lord, the Logos came to Ezekiel, the voice came to Elisha or Elijah. That's Jesus showing up as a theophany. It's not a creature.
And the voice.
It's not a creature. The second person of the Godhead is not a creature.
Well, and would you say it's not just the activity creating the words? It's literally the words.
They're uncreated words. They're not creatures. Why do you seem to insist that the second person of the Godhead doing anything necessitates that he's a creature or that his actions are created? No, they're uncreated.
So then
it's God acting. It's not a creature acting. It's God acting.
So I guess just going back then to the creation of the world,
mm-hmm.
how is that different? Because
the principle is not different. It's a different action, but the point I'm making about distinguishing act from essence is no different.
Mm-hmm. So I guess my question is, when do we get to? So you're saying it's not an effect. You're saying it's not an effect. It's purely energetic. My question is I guess, when do we get to draw the line and say, okay, now it is
because
an effect?
Creatures are the effect. Do you not understand that? Like, I'm not trying to be mean or rude. I'm just saying the effects of God's actions in terms of creating the world is the created world. That's the effect. The action is not the effect. John of Damascus says person, nature, will, energy, and effect are all distinct. All you're trying to do is collapse action into effect. Action is not the same thing as the effect.
Mm-hmm.
The light of Mount Tabor, the light of transfiguration, is not a created effect. It is an uncreated energy. How do I know that? Because Jesus says in John 17 that the glory of God that shines forth is what he possessed with the Father before the foundation of the world. So the glory of God is not a creature. And the light of God, of the transfiguration is identified as the glory of God. Read Ezekiel 1 through Ezekiel 10. Jesus is the manifestation of the Father's glory, right? So if I come over then to 1 Timothy 6, it says that God alone dwells in eternal light. So divine light is not a creation. The sun is a creation, right? I'm talking about the sunlight. Sunlight is a created light. But if you read John chapter 1, he points out that sunlight is an analogy to the uncreated light of God. So the light of God is not a creature. And the transfiguration displays Jesus' divinity, right? He's not like an angel shining with some sort of created light. It's not a flashlight, right? It's not a Hollywood set with a light behind him. It's the uncreated light of glory shining forth through the humanity of Christ, demonstrating that he's a divine person. It's an argument for his deity, the transfiguration. If it's a created light, it wouldn't be an argument for his deity. It wouldn't manifest and show that he's a divine person, the second person of the Godhead. It would just show that he's like an angel or something. And that's how a Jehovah's Witness would interpret it. No, the transfiguration shows that it's the eternal, uncreated light of glory shining forth through his humanity. Does that make sense? It proves the essence of energy.
That makes sense.
Okay, so it's not a created effect.
Yeah. So I guess, for example, the fact that like you or I exist. So you're not. So you would say that your existence is sustained by God's creative energy, but you are an effect.
Yeah. Right.
But then I guess what I don't get is then Ezekiel hears some words, and I think we would obviously both agree that those words are clearly actualized by that is an activity. But then why are the words themselves not an effect? I mean, I think obviously
because divine revelation,
issue,
divine revelation ultimately is of the logi, and the logi are uncreated. So when he writes the book, right, Ezekiel, that's a created thing. But what the Bible is pointing to is the uncreated logi. That's Maximus's whole argument about how there's no so like when I look out at the natural world, what is the meaning of the trees and the sticks and the rocks? St. Maximus says the meaning is Logos, Jesus. And Jesus is present in the logi of creatures. And he says the Bible is just the same in terms of pointing us to the logi. The only difference is that it's not rocks and sticks, it's words on paper. But it's just as much a creation as the rocks and the sticks and the snakes and the trees, right? Mm-hmm. So the meaning of those things is the logi. So you're asking a question about the revelation given to Ezekiel. The revelation itself is an uncreated message of the principles of the logos, the logi. But the medium by which it comes and is written down is created, yes. So that the words on the paper are created. The words the logos spoke are uncreated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess I would if we just transfer that example to the Theophanies, so like the angel of the Lord, obviously the angel of the Lord it talks about he has the power to forgive sins, all these things. He clearly has the power to do things that only God can
that's
do.
Jesus, right? Do you agree with that or not?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I guess the issue is still, isn't that sort of the same thing as the activity of him manifesting the things he's able to perform are examples of the energy, but then I guess why is the actual
God doesn't have created energies.
Corporality.
God doesn't have created energy. So again, it seems that the argumentation, I'm not trying to be rude, but it seems like what I hear going on is you are assuming that you are collapsing the energy into the person or into the one doing it. Or you're conversely saying that anything that's being done has to be a created effect. And there's another level of distinction between the one who's doing what the action of doing and the effect of doing. So when Jesus is speaking, his action of speaking is not let's say the Theophanies. So the angel of the Lord appears and he speaks to Abraham. Okay.
Yeah.
When he's speaking, it is not a creation. Just because it's like coming and going in time and space, it is still uncreated because it's an uncreated energy or action of God himself. And God has no parts and is not a creature. Now, when Abraham, if he were to write down the message, right, what he wrote down would be a created thing, and that would be an analogical mirror or an iconographic mirror of the uncreated. That's why, for example, all of Orthodox, maybe think of Orthodox iconography. The principle for iconography is the same for the Bible. The icons are images of the uncreated. They're windows into the uncreated. When you look at an icon and you see it's portraying the Theophanies or it's portraying some event that Jesus is doing that shows his miraculous power, it is portraying to you in a created medium the uncreated truth or principle behind that. So the words of Jesus, the Logos, they're uncreated words. Is that helpful or not? Go ahead.
Okay. So is this because, and this is because he's sort of atemporal.
He's a divine person. How could a divine person have anything but energies proper to his nature? Energies are just the manifestation of, or the power of that nature, or that act. That person has that nature. So if I'm a human person, I can only exemplify or do actions proper to my nature. So for us, energy is the power proper to a nature that person has. If I'm a divine person, I only manifest energies proper to me as a divine person having a divine nature. So they're going to be uncreated energies. I can't have created energies as a divine person. There's only one exception to that, and that is when Jesus assumed human nature. And so then he also he possesses a dual energy, both uncreated and created. So the human nature that Jesus possesses, it's fully human, and so therefore it has fully human energies proper to it. Walking, talking, crying, eating, those are all actions proper to humanity. But walking on water, changing water to wine, healing people, those are miraculous powers proper to the divine energy. So that's why we say Jesus has two wills, two energies. Why? Because he possesses two natures, and energy is proper to and signifies nature. So God himself, strictly speaking, without human nature, without the incarnation, to speak of Christ as a theophany in the Old Testament, the energies are, the actions that he's doing are uncreated actions, because an uncreated being can only do uncreated actions.
Yeah, I mean, would this? I guess so. I think I agree with you on the fact that the uncreated element. I mean, would it make sense to talk about like uncreated effects? Because I guess I'm
no.
just
The
still
effects
having...
are creatures.
What'd you say?
The effects are the creatures, so they're not uncreated. When God creates the world, the effect of the action of creating is the created world, and that's a creature. God's action is divine power, so it's an uncreated action. How could God have? How could God have a created action? He's uncreated. That would be polytheism.
So, for example, again, like when Jesus speaks, when a theophany speaks, I guess that's like, okay, that's obviously a divine activity,
right?
But
divine activities are uncreated; they're not creatures.
Yeah. But isn't the actual words aren't those creatures?
No.
So then why is I guess this gets back to the house metaphor. Because,
the logi, what the words are pointing to, the words of text, right? The words of the text of Scripture are pointing to are uncreated logi, the principles of the Logos. The Logos is not created. He's not a creature.
Maybe here's a better way of me trying to explain myself. So, for example, like when God speaks creation into being. So obviously, the sort of act of speech is
who is the act of speech?
An energy.
Yeah, but it's also a person that does this and manifests it. It's the second person of the Godhead who manifests the action. So each person in the Trinity has a unique role in any single action. The Father is the beginning and source of creation. The Son is the manifester, right? The bridge through which creation occurs, according to St. Paul in his letters. And then the Holy Spirit has the role of perfecting the created order throughout time and space and throughout history. So each person of the Trinity has a unique role or mode to play in that one action of creating the world. So the person is distinct from the energy or action that the person does, even though that person is fully present in the action. For example, am I identical to the action of building a house? No, it's
that's exactly where I was going.
It's distinct, but I'm fully present in that action. But you can't reduce J to the action of building a house. That's crazy. I'm not identical to building a house. Building a house is an action or a power that I have that I can actualize, that I can do. And when I do it, I'm fully present in that action. But the house is distinct from the action, and the action is distinct from the actor. Actors are not reduced to actions. They're present in their action. They're not isomorphically identical to the action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm just thinking if we apply this threefold distinction, I mean, doesn't
it's a fourfold distinction. Again, I'm not trying to be mean. Again, John Damascus says nature, person, will, energy, and effect are all distinct. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to the example of creating the house or God speaking the world into existence, there's obviously the personal agent of it.
Right.
There's the fact that he has that power via his essence, via what he is.
Right.
There's the fact that he actualizes this thing.
Right.
That would be him speaking the world into existence.
And that's a unique. Hold on. So it's a unique one-time action or event, right? Creating the world is a unique one-time action. Yeah. Okay. The action itself is God's fully present power to create. Okay.
Yeah. I'm completely in agreement with this part. My issue is then when we transfer it to the theophany or the words of Jesus or anything like this, it seems like if you applied the exact same kind of schema. Well, just hear me out here. You'd have the person.
No, this is what I told you. It's not identical in the same way. The principle of the distinctions is the same. The theophanies are not the created effects, like the world is a created effect. So you're confusing two different things. I said that from the beginning. It's different because the theophanies are not a created effect. They're really God in time and space. So they're similar in a respect, and then they're distinct in other respects, which I said earlier. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying I did elucidate that earlier. Okay, so the theophany is not the same thing as creating the world. It's a different type of action. And what we're saying is that God can do different things. He's not always only doing one thing, which is what the modal collapse actus purus doctrine says. God's always doing one thing, namely willing himself. That's it. That he's pure act, willing himself constantly. Okay, no, we don't say that. We say God can do all kinds of different things. And creating the world is a unique, distinct action from being a theophany or a manifestation in time and space. And that's a distinct thing.
Yeah. They're clearly distinct actions. But you're also saying that they're different types of actions.
Correct.
Because
well, obviously, isn't creating
for the first one.
Isn't creating
the first one? Yeah. Go ahead.
The action. So you're trying to link the theophany with a created effect, and it's not the same. And that's because creating is not the same thing as manifesting in time and space. They're two different things, two different actions. So that's why you can't make this a one-to-one correspondence. The theophany is the second person of the Godhead in time and space, acting and doing. There's no creation or human nature there. It's the second person of the Godhead, manifesting in time and space, energetically, doing things. And he's fully divine. There's nothing at all about this that is a creature. That's why the theophanies are useful as an explanatory example here. And the only difference between the theophany and the transfiguration is that in the transfiguration, Jesus has a human nature through which the divine uncreated glory is manifesting or shining.
So I guess, but it seems like in it seems like if we want to think of the energies as like actualizing things, there's a distinction between the activity or the thing that actualizes, the event of actualizing, and then sort of like the final result, right? I guess what I'm confused about is why in the creating of the world and things like that, that schema ends in the sort of final result, the thing that is actualized. while for the theophany it just ends at the
because of the
activity
purpose of the actions.
actualization.
Because they're
Even
two
though-
different actions. Because of the purpose of two different actions. Not everything I do is identical, right? If I act to build a house and then I act to go murder a dude, does the fact that I'm one being acting energetically to do two different things equate to them being the same thing?
No, but those two
Right.
things still follow the same sort of schema. They still follow the same idea that an act has an actor,
Right.
an activity, and the result that is actualized. And I guess that's
You're saying that because God had a created effect at the beginning of the world, everything he does must have a created effect, and that does not follow. For example, theophanies do not have a created effect. The transfiguration is not a created effect.
so. I mean, we could say that it's uncreated in the sense that it's not contingent. It
There is
reflects-
nothing about
his-
the theophany that's created. Nothing.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not even so much concerned about the created uncreated part as much as what is confusing me is the fact that it's an energy and not an effect caused by an energy.
You lost me there. I don't know what you're talking about.
It seems to because it seems to me that like the whole point of an energy is the fact that it actualizes something, it changes something, it creates an effect.
No.
Like the whole point of an
No,
activity.
it's not. No. Does God have an eternal energy of glory?
Yeah, I'm saying he has an
Yeah.
attribute of glory. That was actually the question that I
Hold
wanted
on.
to ask you initially.
Stop. God has an
What do you think
eternal
of
energy
those?
of glory or love, and it has no created intended effect. So no, not all of God's actions necessitate a created telos. You just keep saying this and repeating it, rehashing the Thomist position. No, it doesn't. God's eternal love did not have a created effect.
Okay, so if we allow that there are sort of activities that have no effect, I mean, is there any analogy in the created order that could be sort of analogous to, if that makes sense?
No, because God's intra-Trinitarian life that is related to the eternal uncreated manifestation has no created analog. I mean, you could use the analogy that the Cappadocians do of like the sun, sends forth light and heat, and you could say they're distinct things, but they're always together, right? And they always sort of radiate from the sun. And the analogy then to the eternal attributes of God, like love or glory, is that they always, manifest or radiate from the Father through the Son and the Spirit. But that's irrespective of whether God created or not, right? God's love, God's glory did not necessitate a creation. God created out of his own goodwill and pleasure ex nihilo. And so that's why there's a distinction in the names and attributes. For example, divine providence is a power that God possesses from all eternity, but he does not actualize from all eternity divine providence until he acted to create. And the whole point of that argument that Athanasius makes against the Arians is to say God can do different things. Generating a son is distinct from creating the world. Creating the world is a different action from being a theophany, and so therefore they do not have the same intended effect. So no, not every one of God's actions requires a created effect.
So basically, like God's love is it's.
You want to
an
know another
attribute
action
his
of God that
essence
doesn't have
and an activity that is constantly going on.
Sure.
And that activity doesn't have.
The love,
it's
the intra-Trinitarian love, the communion of love between the persons does not have a created effect.
So maybe this is because I'm thinking of energy as actualizing something, bringing something into act in a sense.
Well, I mean, God has eternal energies that he did not not have and then have. For example, there's never a time when God didn't actualize love or glory, right?
But I got okay.
Do you want another example of an action?
Is that if it?
Do you want another example?
Like,
do you want another
go
example of an action of God that does not have a created effect?
Yeah, go ahead.
Theosis. So Jesus says that he came to give us a share in uncreated glory. So uncreated glory or deification is not a created grace. Grace is uncreated because it is a share in the uncreated life of God, which makes us adopted sons. So we are intended to be deified or to participate in the uncreated as creatures.
Okay. So yeah, maybe this would be a good example. So there's obviously, if in the process of theosis, there's the uncreated energies, which are, sort of transforming the individual. And then wouldn't you say that there's also the sort of effect of those uncreated energies, which is things that you see manifested in a person's life or something like that?
No, those are not created effects. The transformation of my life through grace is not a created effect. It's uncreated. Mm-hmm. I'm a creature. I still retain my created status. I have created energies, but my created energies synergize with God's uncreated energy. That's why Paul can say, for example, in his epistles, it is the power of Christ that worketh in me to will and to do for God's good pleasure. I am a co-worker with God. So his human energy is synergizing with the divine uncreated energy in his life. That's the same model for us, and that's the same model of Christology.
Yeah. So let's say the uncreated energy is acting through this person, and that this person does like a good work or something, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. I mean, is the good work, like the finished result of the good work, that's an effect though, right? Or you say that is still part of the uncreated energy?
So again, just like in the model of Christ, you could say that. Are you familiar with the communicatio idiomatum of St. Cyril?
Yeah.
So anything that's true of one or the other nature can be predicated of the individual Christ, the whole Christ, so to speak, even though there's still the maintaining of two distinct natures and two distinct energies in Christ. It's still one Christ acting, and anything he does in a human way, he does divinely, and anything he does in a divine way, he does humanly, St. Cyril says. So both things are true at the same time. So yeah, it's true that if let's say that I had a miraculous power to raise someone from the dead. Is there a created effect to a degree? Yes, because the person who I raised from the dead is created, and that person does rise from the dead. And that's in time and space, and in that sense it is created. But there's also an uncreated energy involved in that, which is the power of God himself to raise people from the dead. So the synergy there is still both and. But that doesn't mean that there's not a distinction between uncreated and created energies.
Okay. So this is, I think this kind of cuts to the heart of it, because that would be basically the model that I would see the Theophanies.
No,
operating
you
on.
Can't. Again, dude, I don't understand why you can't get this, because the Theophanies are a different case, because in the Theophanies, there is no human nature. The example that I gave was predicated on the human nature that Christ assumed. That's when there's two natures working together and there would be created effects. The Theophanies are not created effects. They're really the second person of the Godhead.
You could have it with one nature. I was talking about the distinction between the activity of doing the good work, essentially, and then so raising someone from the dead.
But so there's nothing about the Theophanies that are created effects. That's the point. Where in any of that is the creature?
So,
do you understand that the problem? Hold on, let's rewind. Let me rewind before we do that. You are equating everything that God does as one type of thing. And so you're trying to say that because of, for example, creation having a created effect, anything that God does in time and space must have a created effect. And I'm saying, no, that's a non sequitur, because the Theophanies do not have a created effect. They are really the uncreated energies of God doing specific, unique things in time and space. Why is that hard to accept?
I guess just because the way that you're explaining sort of metaphysics of action, is that okay?
I already explained to you that not every action is the same, and you just keep going back to saying, but they're all the same.
Okay. But I guess if that's the case, so okay, let me think of it this way. So with raising someone from the dead, you never really like see the activity, the parts of that you see with your eyes. That is something that only exists because of this power or this thing that you've done. In a sense, the activity is what is more real.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But the
More
evidence,
real? What
evidence?
I don't know what you mean by more real.
Again,
You're losing me.
Theosis. So in theosis, doing of good works, you raise someone from the dead. Clearly, we would say that the physical raising of the body is that. I mean, you're watching.
Are you trolling, dude? Are you trolling?
What?
Are you trolling?
What'd you say?
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not trolling.
Okay, most of the audience thinks that you're trolling, but that's okay. Go ahead, make your point. I'm still not getting what your argument is.
Okay, basically what I'm trying to say here is that what's weird about the Theophanies is that you seem to have something being actualized, but the thing that you see is not actually like in effect. Because the way I sort of think of it is like anything that is in act is effect. Like activity is something that you don't ever see. It sort of has a different metaphysical quality to it. And
I don't know where you get this. I have no idea. Well, I don't know where you're getting this. So when Jesus is wrestling with Jacob, okay, the second person of the Godhead is there in some kind of theophanic manifestation, wrestling with Jacob in time and space.
Yeah.
Right? So they're wrestling. Jesus is doing these actions to wrestle. It's really happening in time and space. There's no creature there. I mean, obviously Jacob is a creature, but I'm saying that the Logos himself wrestling is not a creature. And when he like moves to, like do a move or like whatever wrestling he did, like a body slams Jacob or something, right? That's all uncreated energy and power there. There's no creature there at all. Like where in this action or event or series of events are you getting there's a created effect?
Let's say he has flesh or something.
That's not no. We don't know how do you understand that the Theophanies are worshipped, right? Why do we have to keep going back? The Theophanies are called God. God's not a creature.
Hold on. Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Okay, so is what you're saying is that basically there's no they're not subsistent is what you're saying, that they're not like the theophany isn't when it's acting it doesn't have any kind of like real subsistence to it. It's just pure.
If you mean by
purely activity,
it's really the second person of the Godhead acting energetically in time and space to do different things. Mm-hmm. And do you understand that this is the same principle behind the incarnation? The only difference is that he takes on a human created nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's the second person of the Godhead in time and space, he's not a creature. And he acts according to his nature and his power, which is divine and uncreated. There's nothing about that that's a creature. I don't know why you are stuck on this. Why do you feel that has to be a creature?
I guess just because it if it's really in physical reality, that seems to be like if it's just so like back to the voice
again. What did I say at the very beginning? What did I say at the very beginning? God transcends the logical categories and the temporal categories such that he can do these things without being a creature. Why can't God do that? You're saying that God can create the world, but he can't manifest in the world? Why not?
Oh yeah, no, it's not that it would make him a creature. It's just that the things that his activity, the manifestations of his activity, what they cause, is creaturely in a sense. So
hold on. Let's give an example. So let's say in the case of wrestling with Jacob, when he injures the hip, okay, when he injures his hip, that's a created effect. Does that mean that he's uncreated?
No. Okay, so yes, I think this is productive. So, for example, like when he's wrestling with Jacob, obviously the things he does are not created. They cause things that are like effects. But I guess why isn't like the substance of his body, that the sort of form that he appears in?
Because he's worshipped, and God doesn't have a created form that he's worshipped in. Do you not understand that the Theophanies are called God and are worshipped, bowed down to? You can't worship a creature. This is a very simple point. Do you not get that?
No, I mean, I get your point. I mean, you're making a theological argument, and I guess
it's a biblical argument. I mean, when
I'm
people worship angels,
I
are they rebuked?
When
people worship angels, are they rebuked?
Well, angels aren't manifesting the divine.
They're
energies.
creatures, dude. That's the point. Is that you can't worship a creature, and anytime people worship angels, they're rebuked, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't worship a creaturely manifestation as if that's God. So the Theophanies are not creatures for the 100th time. It's a very simple argument. The fact that he injures Jacob's hip, and that's a created effect, doesn't make him a creature. The fact that he is in time and space doesn't make him a creature. If being in time and space,
that wasn't I think the argument was about whether it was an effect, not whether it was a creature.
You said that he physically manifested, so doesn't that mean that he's a creature?
Yeah, that is an effect, like his actual flesh, the flesh of the person he's wrestling with.
Oh, no. I thought you meant his. I thought you meant his physicality, like Jesus's physicality,
or the Theophanies' physicality.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about Jacob?
Yeah. I'm talking about the Theophanies' physicality, his flesh.
That's not a created effect. Why do you think
isn't
that?
Isn't it an effect of the uncreated energy?
No, it's really him. There's no creature there. There's no created effects.
Yeah. I'm fine saying that there's no creature there, but
a created effect would be a creature. The only created effect in this event is the screwed up hip. That's a created effect of the action of God's uncreated wrestling. The wrestling is an uncreated action. Does that help?
Yeah. No. I'm on board with that.
Then what are you not on board with? What's the problem? I don't get it.
What puzzles me is more like his flesh, like his bones.
Whose?
The Theophanies.
We don't know that he has flesh and bones. Why do you think that?
Well, I mean, clearly he has to have some kind of or his
he does,
appearance or
dude,
whatever.
He doesn't have flesh and bones until he becomes incarnate.
So would you say that Jacob is just wrestling with some kind of force that he encounters noetically or something like that?
No, I mean, in some way, the Logos is able to be there physically. Don't you think in the Bible angels show up and they can be touched and they can do things? Mm-hmm. Does that make them physical flesh and bone beings? Not necessarily, no. So if an angel can do that, why can't Jesus do that? He created the angels. Mm-hmm. So the Theophanies are mysterious in the sense that, no, we don't know the mechanics of how Jesus is there wrestling, but he doesn't have a body. But he's able to do it because he's God. Mm-hmm. God is not bound by the limitations of time and space. It's just that simple. And it's no different with the Transfiguration, except that now he has a created nature, but it's still an uncreated energy shining through the created nature.
Yeah. That part makes perfect sense to me. I think I kind of get what you're saying now.
Jesus didn't. It's not a hologram. He didn't take on because he appears as different things, right? So, for example, he appears as the cloud and the fire in the Exodus, right? Okay, is that a physical flesh body? No. It's a theophanic manifestation. Do you think the Holy Spirit is a bird?
No.
Okay, but did the Holy Spirit...
But
hold on.
you say that
But when the Holy Spirit appeared as a dove, we would say that's an energetic manifestation, an appearance as a dove. Okay? He's not a bird, though. And that's not a creature. The tongues of fire at Pentecost are not created fires. It's not a bunch of people doing, holding up their, matchbox at their lighters at the concert. That's not what Pentecost was. Pentecost is an uncreated fire that falls upon the apostles. So these are theophanic, energetic manifestations. They're not creatures, but they're really happening in time and space. So the same principle applies to the Holy Spirit as a dove or to the tongues of fire at Pentecost. Does that help?
Yeah. So, but then the sort of noetic effect on the mind of, of Moses, or whoever, and what they sort of see, is that an effect?
No, it's the direct perception of Jesus or the Trinity face to face. What does Paul say in 2 Corinthians 3? That when Moses went up on the mountain, he says he saw Jesus face to face before the incarnation.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you a Roman Catholic?
No.
What's your philosophy or your worldview?
No, I'm Orthodox.
Are you newly Orthodox?
I've been in the church probably like 6 months or so.
Okay, right. So all I'm telling you is the very things that St. Gregory Palamas says on these very questions. If you read Triad 3, he goes into a bunch of argumentation and detail about how there's different types of actions of God. And so some of those actions are things like Theophanies, where you have a real manifestation of the second person of the Godhead without any created mediums. There's no created medium between Moses and Jesus at Mount Sinai. It's seeing him face to face. That's why Paul says that the only way that could occur is if Moses was deified. And that's why when he comes down from the mountain in 2 Corinthians 3, Paul says that Moses shined with the glory that he saw in the face of Christ. So that's a theosis. Moses had to partake of theosis to see Jesus on Mount Sinai. That's Paul's argument. So there's no creature there at all. Where's the creature when Jesus is talking to Moses?
Yeah, no, that actually makes a lot more sense now. I think I was just kind of stuck up on the idea of like him having a sort of corporeal body, and then that body needing to be some kind of effect of his activity.
Right. No, that's the Roman Catholic view. Right, that's the Roman Catholic view, which is that the Theophanies are created manifestations, and we do not believe that. That's, again, the whole of the argumentation about the Theophanies is that they're uncreated.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for that.
Sure. Triad 3, if you want to, if again, specifically, Triads 3. Palamas, Triads 3 is where he covers this very question.
And is there anything else written on this that would be helpful?
Well, I mean, the whole debate with the Barlaamite is relevant to this too, because there's several places where Barlaam makes similar types of arguments, and he says, well, grace has to be a created effect. And Palamas says, well, isn't grace God himself? And then Barlaam's like, yeah. And he's like, so you think God himself has an uncreated and a created element? That's polytheism. See, that's multiple gods, different types of gods. See, so dialogue with the Barlaamite covers this, and the Triads covers this.
Yeah, and last time I called in, we were talking about the assumption of universal human nature, and you were talking about a paper, but I missed that.
The what?
It was Christ is universal. Christ is universal man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who that's by?
Yeah, Professor Manzarides.
Okay.
It's called Jesus Christ, Universal Person at orthochristian.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'll check that out as well. So yeah, thanks for that. I think that cleared some stuff up.
Good, man. Yeah, thank God. I'm glad. I hope I wasn't being too impatient because, yeah, I'm glad we cleared it up. Good questions. So okay, I'm gonna put the essay in the chat for you guys here on YouTube. There is that essay that we were talking about with Monterides. It's called Jesus Christ, the Universal Person, and it's at orthochristian.com. Professor Georgios Manzaridis. So there it is. It's a great essay. Good questions, man. Thank you. That was a really good conversation.
No problem.
So now, Rachel, I want to let you come on for a minute here because I know you've got a book out, and you got a little segment on Tucker. That was pretty wild. By the way, this is not the interview. We would like to eventually get you on and do like a full-on interview. But if you're available, could you plug your book for a little bit while I go TT?
Yes, I will definitely do that. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Let me put up a beautiful picture of James White while I go to the potty.
How dare you? I converted from Calvinism.
There you go. So go ahead and explain. Tell us about your book and your segment on Tucker and just kind of a brief overview and where people can get your book.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So if you guys don't know me, my name's Rachel Wilson. I'm a homeschooling mom of 5 kids. I'm an Orthodox catechumen, and I have a book that I recently released called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. That book is about basically the true history of feminism. Everything that most people know about it has been gatekept by professors in women's studies and gender studies departments in universities since the 70s, and they rewrote feminist history from the standpoint of feminists, which they actually call standpoint feminism. So when you hear this idea that feminism was just an idea whose time had come, that women just looked around one day, they realized they were slaves of the patriarchy, they were tired of being chained to a stove in the kitchen and forced to bear children until they died from exhaustion. That's all baloney. It's all garbage and it's all nonsense. And the book goes over the actual true history and how feminism is an occult philosophy, comes directly out of the occult, and how it made its way to America and into the West and became mainstream. And then it goes over quite a bit of like who financed those efforts, how the CIA became involved in propagating feminism into the culture, and it goes over a lot of the really prominent feminist iconic figures and how most of them were involved in the occult in some way, shape, or form. So that's the book. And then I got a really cool opportunity a couple weeks ago to do a short segment on Tucker Carlson's Night. I had written an article for Gab News blog about homeschooling and the pandemic, and they saw that and wanted me to come on and talk about it. So glory to God, I had a wonderful opportunity for 3.5 minutes to talk about how homeschooling has increased fourfold since the pandemic began and how we can use that as an opportunity to kind of turn this great reset stuff around in our favor. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And where can people get your book?
You can find it on Amazon right now, and then if you do want a signed copy, you can find me on my social medias through my link tree, and I can get you a signed copy similar to how Jay does his. So thanks a lot for letting me do your commercial potty break, Jay. I appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me go TT. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Much coffee as I drink, dude, I can't talk for 3 hours without going to the bathroom. So let's see who's up next. Where'd Father Deacon? He was here and he ran off. Wonder what? I guess he's busy. Let's see here. John America is in the house. What's up, John America? I had to get my whiteboard cleaned off just in case. John America. That's a name right there.
The one and only, bro.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, not bad, man. Yeah, so I'm looking into Orthodoxy coming out of Calvinism. So, I got a ton of issues, but I'll bring up a couple here. We'll see what you have to say.
Okay.
One is I'm reading about things, and one thing that's troubling is prayers for the dead. I just don't understand it. Like salvation, your salvific state is still in question after your death.
No. So typically, prayers for the dead are part of the body of Christ being offered. It's only for those in Christ, typically, right? Now, there's a few exceptions to this where people prayed for saints, prayed for people who, that they knew that died out of the church, something like that. But typically speaking, no, this is reserved for anyone who dies in the faith, in Christ, in the church. And that's because in the text of Scripture, we have, like in Maccabees, that prayers are offered for the dead, because the dead are not dead, they're alive to God, and they're part of the mystical body. So in the Apocalypse, for example, we see the dead engaged in prayer underneath the altar, right? Read Revelations 4, 5, and 6, and you'll see that when John sees into heaven, he sees prayers for the dead. He sees the, quote, dead offering up prayers. But also Jesus talks about that there's sins that are not forgiven in this life nor in the next. And that's because there was already the idea, as I said in the Maccabees, that the Jews had, that you could offer prayers for those that had died in the faith. So no, it's not efficacious necessarily for saving, people that we don't know about or people that died out of the church, anything like that, but it's a special thing for people that die in the church. That's why the liturgy is offered for those who die in the faith. So that's because there is a journey of the soul after death by which we are still not, perhaps not fully purged from our attachments to this world. So it doesn't mean that you can be wicked and do whatever you want and then, but they prayed for me when I died. So it doesn't mean that.
So see that? Okay. The journey through the dead, that's the toll houses I'm reading about?
Yeah, I would say the intro book on that would be Journey of the Soul After Death by Father Severin Rose.
Okay. And that kind of stuff strikes me. It just seems like, okay, so I die in the church. I'm otherwise all right, whatever that means, I don't know. But then I leave this earth, and I got to go through some path, transformation, I don't know what you call it, and I could then still end up in hell or outside of God's grace?
No, I don't think that it's like a mechanical. It's not like a Orthodox version of purgatory. Again, it's the journey of the righteous here. So no, I don't think that it's a journey of the soul of the righteous who could then be damned. No, it's more like the divesting of a person who died with still having they died in the bosom of the church, but they still had earthly attachments. So if they did not make significant progress in theosis, then there is this sort of what the many of the saints called an after-death purging, but they don't mean the fires of purgatory. So, but it is a kind of purgation, but not created fire, which is what the Roman Catholics turned it into. So you'll find a lot of Eastern Church Fathers talking about the after-death purgation, but does not mean created fire. It means in whatever mystical way, God purging us of earthly attachments that we still had. So that's the purpose then of the efficaciousness of the prayers of the church on earth and the offering of the liturgy for those that have gone on. It does still aid them.
Okay, so if you're on that journey, your destination is still God's favor in heaven. You're not going to get off of that.
That is my understanding. I don't recall any idea that you can be damned after because when you die, there's an immediate judgment, right? And the immediate judgment is kind of settling things even before the final judgment. But the immediate judgment, like you're not going to die in the bosom of the church, and then like you get all the way to, I don't know, the last toll house, and then you fall away. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, but that's not my understanding of it. But also people, the toll house's doctrine is a kind of a mystical doctrine. It's not exactly spelled out like in a mechanical role playing. It's not like a role playing game, like where you have to have the keys to each level or something like that. Some people treat it that way, but I view it as just kind of the church speaking in a mystical way about the state of the soul after death and the purgation that we undergo. And so that's why sometimes it's debated, is that it's not always clear like how many toll houses or exactly the way it works, and a lot of the visions are kind of mystical, and it's part of the liturgy and it's part of the iconography, and because it's outside of time and space, we have a difficulty on Earth like figuring out the mechanics of it. So I don't view it. Some people get it really crazy with it and think it's like a Orthodox version of purgatory. I don't think it is that at all.
So would it be fair to say it's like purgatory in that you have to be, I don't know, purified before you enter into heaven, but it's not like purgatory in that it's, purgatory is a space where you wait out in the fire to get purified. It's more like whatever the journey is, you still have to be purified.
Right, and remember that Roman Catholic purgatory is bound up with the doctrine of indulgences, which is however many years that you racked up for the temporal punishments for your sin, you have to spend being burnt in created fire. I mean, that's crazy, right? That's like, what?
Yeah.
That's the Roman Catholic view. So, I mean, it's like purgatory, quote unquote, in the sense of it being a purgation, but it's not like purgatory in any sense of what Roman Catholics believe.
Okay. And then along those lines, in what sense can you lose your salvation in Orthodoxy?
In the sense...
Apostasy aside, I mean...
Well, I mean, the sense that any grievous sins that are not repented of could endanger your soul.
But is it, so I guess I'm most familiar with this, with the Roman Catholics who have this, what do you call it, mortal sins.
Well, I don't think, you're right, I don't think that there is this, so they're very, like, legalistic about it, where they have all these, gradations and whatnot, and they try to have, like, for example, I was just using an example earlier of Canon Francis Ripley's book, where he says that if you walk more than 2 hours on a Sunday, you've committed a mortal sin. It's just really ridiculous. It's like Pharisaic level stuff. Like, oh, so I can walk 1 hour and 59 minutes, but like that last minute, that last step that I take that makes it laborious becomes a mortal sin. That's literally what he says. It's crazy, right? So now I'm damned for all eternity because I literally walked, like 5 feet more on a Sunday. That's just insane, right? So in that view, like mortal sins they try to cash it out, like, again, in this like really intense gradation, right? And I don't think that that's what John's talking about when he talks about a sin unto death. I think he's just talking about any heinous sin that you don't repent of. So there's not a specific list, right? I mean,
yeah. But when I listen to Roman Catholic guys, their view, and when they talk about all these legal definitions, it makes salvation seem so very fragile. How is Orthodoxy different then?
I mean, at any moment, like, because we don't have the legalistic attitude that you can find on the chart the gradations of how serious your sin was in some, like, again, they treat it like a role-playing game, right? So it's just not like that. And, the Roman Catholic, if you died on the way to confession and didn't, confess your recent dirty thought, like, you're automatically damned, right? I mean, it's just that legalistic in traditional Catholicism that they take it to that extremity. And I just think the attitude and the spirit of Orthodoxy is not legalistic in that way, in that there are serious sins, but there's not the perfect chart that you're going to get that tells you, oh yes, I'm okay because I committed 50 sins, but none of them were mortal sins. I mean, it's just silly. It's obviously that legalistic spirit that Jesus rebukes, and then Roman Catholicism, especially in the Middle Ages, totally adopts. So no, in other words, I think the sin unto death is any serious sin that's not repented of. And in one sense, yes, all sins are serious, but in another sense, obviously, Scripture says some sins are more heinous than other sins.
In Orthodoxy, are you withheld from forgiveness until you get to the priest? Are you allowed to confess your sins?
Well, you can confess your sins at all times and any times, and you should, but that's what you do before communion. So what you were withheld from is communion.
Oh, okay.
So that's why, typically speaking, the Orthodox Church does communion before the liturgy, or at least a couple times a month, once or twice a month, if not before every liturgy.
Communion or confession, you mean? You did confession before?
Yeah,
communion?
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, that helps. One more thing, and then I'll hop off.
Sure.
About election. Obviously, here I am coming out of Calvinism. So, how do Orthodox handle those election verses? I know you're familiar with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that one thing to understand from the outset is that the whole of election and predestination for the Orthodox Church is seen through the lens of Christology. So, for example, when Paul writes to the Ephesians and he calls them predestined, I mean, he's actually writing to a visible community. He's not writing to the invisible elect. I think for Calvinism to be more and more consistent, it really requires Paul's letters actually only being written in Ephesus to the elect. But he's writing, and he's literally, I take him at his word, and he's calling the entire visible community that's baptized in Ephesus the elect. So it becomes more and more difficult to constantly sort of parse out, that's actually talking about the invisible church. Paul is calling the body of Christ but it's really just talking about the invisible elect, right? And so you get a division between the body of Christ as unknown and invisible, and then there's this visible church, which is all just a giant mess, basically. But the problem is that that's a Nestorian ecclesiology. The church is the body of Christ, and the body of Christ is visible. And so Paul is calling in Ephesians the church at Ephesus predestined. He's talking about the actually physically baptized people there. So we see predestination first and foremost through the lens of Christology. And when Christ assumed human nature, he didn't assume the nature of just the elect. He assumed universal human nature. That's why all men are resurrected. If Calvinism was the case, limited atonement was the case, then why are all men resurrected? Why are the wicked resurrected? They have no connection to Christ. Christ didn't die for them. And yet we have a clear idea that, according to 1 Corinthians 15, just as in Adam all men die, so in Christ, just as universal, all men will be made alive. So we need a better way to account for the distinction between the sheep and the goats, the righteous and the wicked, via the willing that each individual has. And that's why we're judged on the basis of our works, right? Because our works will demonstrate whether we really are in Christ or not, according to, how many times did Jesus say this, right? Why do you say you love me, but you don't keep my commandments, right? Many times, right? The scriptures tell us we will be judged on the basis of our works. Paul says this in his epistles. So predestination has to be understood in our vantage point from Christology. I don't start with soteriology and presuppositions about soteriology and the divine decree, which I have no access to, and then flesh out Christology and Trinitarian theology down the road. When I do that, I end up as a Nestorian or an Arian.
So, you say, okay, God's going to judge us by our works, and I know the verses you're talking about, but man, coming from where I'm coming from, it's like, that sounds exactly like works-based salvation. So how does grace play a role in this? How can we say we're saved by grace?
Because Paul says the works that he does via Christ at work in him. He says he's a co-worker with Christ. So the presupposition is synergy. Synergy is always the case. In fact, Jesus says, this is the work of God, that you believe on him that he has sent. So Jesus calls faith a work. Even Paul says in his epistles that the only faith that counts is the one that works through love. Faith working through love. That's the only one that counts.
Yeah, okay.
So let's take an example from Romans 4. This is a classic example I would give to kind of refute the Reformed view of sola fide. If you look in Romans 4, when Paul uses Abraham as the model of justification, he picks Genesis 15. So when he says that Abraham was made righteous by faith, he doesn't cite Genesis 12. If the Reformed view was right, and we were looking for the transition from wrath to grace, right, according to the Calvinist view, Paul didn't quote the right verse. He should have quoted Genesis 12, because that is supposed to be the transition from wrath to grace, if sola fide is true, and if Abraham is the model of sola fide. But why does he choose Genesis 15 as the proof text for justification by faith when there's 3 chapters prior to that of Abraham doing faithful works. So in other words, the whole reading that the reformers have, the presuppositions they have about a nominalist justification on the basis of Genesis 12 is refuted by Paul citing Genesis 15, not Genesis 12.
Romans 4 is also where Paul says it's not, the one who works, his wages are a gift, or not his gift, but that's his due.
Yeah, but the difference is that he's talking about grace-inspired works, right? It's like St. Augustine says, all of my works are your gifts. God is crowning his gifts in me. And that's why nobody taught sola fide before Luther. Because they had the view that the works that we're doing are done via the power of grace in us. So again, as Augustine says, God is crowning his works in me, his gifts in me. Paul says that the one who,
Spirit in me, I have grace in me. The works that I do now are able to count as righteous.
Yeah, doesn't the Bible say countless times that God will reward the righteous?
Yeah.
So how do we solve the idea that you can't earn your salvation and yet salvation is by works? Well, the solution is that the works that we do are done in grace. Otherwise, there's all of these texts that conflict with the Protestant sola fide reading.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
For example, Paul
going through that.
Paul says in one of his epistles that on the judgment day it will be seen that a man's works were done in God. He says, "I am a co-worker. It is God's power at work in me." So there's a synergy going on here, right? And there's no point at which man doesn't have synergy, right? You can't take away the natural power of human willing. Even when we convert, which is a gift of grace, it's still in accord with our human willing. There's no point at which we didn't have a human will.
Wait, say that last one again?
There's no point at which humans don't have a willpower. It's a faculty of nature. So even when I convert, my will is still involved. I can't lose my will. God doesn't destroy my will.
Okay.
So
we've been going through James here with the kids, and it has what it has to say about faith and works too. So
but see, Paul says all the same stuff though, right? So Paul says God will render to each man according to his works, whether righteous or wicked. I mean, Paul says the same thing as James more times than James says it, because James has one epistle, right? Paul says all the time that our works will be judged. Our works will show whether we were in Christ or not. Works are absolutely necessary because they demonstrate whether we repented or not. And Jesus even goes so far as to say that faith in him is a work. Now, it's not human bootstrapping. It's grace that empowers us to do the works that God deigns to accept. That's why David can write all those Psalms. I mean, you agree salvation is the same in the Old Testament, right?
Yes.
So how can David write all those Psalms where he says, I appeal to you, Lord. I did not break your law. I have kept your commandments. Hear me out. I am vindicated. I am justified because I kept your law. I mean, he sounds like a Pharisee, doesn't he? If you're a Reformed person.
Yeah,
or let's think about Luke, right? Zechariah and Elizabeth. It says that they were righteous, having kept all the commands of the Lord. How could Zechariah and Elizabeth be righteous, having kept? I mean, are they Pharisees? Are they doing works of righteousness? No, it's just simply that grace is what grants us the power to do the works that God deigns to accept. And there's nothing, it doesn't detract from God to do that, because God has seen fit to make man a cooperator with him, to be a son with him, right? The slave is cast out, but the son is the inheritor of all, he says in Galatians. So we're sons with God. And as a son, he deigns to accept our works. I mean, he crowns the martyrs, right? Martyrdom is a good work. In the apocalypse, martyrs get a special reward.
Yeah, I think the rewards thing is how we've always looked at it in the Reformed. You've got you understand it, you know how it goes. So, okay.
Well, but the Reformed position basically rests on the assumption that there's this strict delineation between regeneration, justification, sanctification, and glorification.
Glorification.
Okay, but guess what? Those are all mixed up in the New Testament, and they're used. Paul even says glorification is now. So that alone really destroys the process view of the Reformed position. It's just based on a presupposition that these are all distinct arenas. But I mean, Paul says that when we see Christ face to face, which is now, he says, we now possess and move from glory to glory. Well, how is glorification now if glorification in the Reformed schema is only in the eschaton?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the Orthodox position is that all those things are one thing?
Correct. And they're all simultaneous, and they're all a process. So I was justified, I'm being justified, and I will be justified. I was sanctified, I'm being sanctified, I will be. I was glorified at baptism, I'm being glorified, I will be baptized. I will be glorified. The eschaton.
Interesting. Okay. Let me chew on that.
Yeah, good questions, dude.
What's a good resource you have for somebody coming out of Reformed theology?
If you can get Dr. Clark Carlton's books, he has The Way, the Truth, and the Life, and one of those is directed specifically to the Protestant view. Rock and Sand, Father Josiah Trenum's book about the reference.
That one, yeah.
Okay. But more specifically about like person, nature, will, energy, synergy. It really helps to understand Christology, because that helps solidify why we would say Christology in terms of the order of theology is prior to soteriology. The big difference between Orthodox and Protestants is about the order of doing theology. So for us, we do the Trinity and Christology first, and that actually determines our soteriology. For the Protestant, you begin with soteriology, and then everything else kind of flows from that, and we see that as sort of causing a lot of the problems. So I would say, believe it or not, I would recommend reading St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy, because that book will give you the Christological approach and why that leads to, for example, sacramentology that we have on the basis of Christology that Reformed people would never accept, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. What was that? St. Cyril, what was this? Christological what?
St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy by John McGuckin. And that's a good book on Cyril's Christology and how it really sets the stage for really all of Orthodox soteriology.
Awesome.
And I say that because
I'll let you go.
Good questions, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be hitting you up soon.
Okay. Yeah, anytime, dude. Good questions.
All right.
Let's see. I'm having fun here, so we can keep going. Now, Father Deacon was here, and then he left. I thought he was going to pop on. Josh, I can't talk. Josh Ostler. What's up, Josh? How you doing? I'm about to read a few super chats in a minute. People are going to get mad. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Jake. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, good. Hey, thanks for all the content you put out. I'm coming out of Pentecostalism, out of Protestantism,
cool.
Into either Catholicism or Orthodoxy. I'm inquiring with my local Orthodox parish in the last couple of weeks. So I'm going through the catechesis process, or whatever it's called.
Okay.
I do have a question about. I understand Luther's view on sola scriptura, or the Reformers' view. What I'm not sure is what the Orthodox actual position is on Scripture being like an infallible source compared to how tradition is viewed as sources of good information, but where can we find the infallibility, and what must we hold to, I guess?
Right, so for Orthodoxy, there's not going to be the list of the infallible things, right? The Roman Catholics at least proclaim that they have the infallible dogmas, and yet there actually isn't anywhere in Roman Catholicism the infallible list of the infallible dogmas. That's just something they talk about. If you bring out Denzinger, well, that's some of them, and then there's a bunch more. And okay, so where's the list? Well, so actually nobody has the infallible list of the infallible dogmas. Maybe Protestants might try to argue that they have this with Sola Scriptura. So that's actually a fantasy thing. That's not a real thing that anybody has, because, you know, we've already got 2,000 years of this religion, you know, being the fulfillment of Judaism for thousands of years prior to that. So there's a lot of things that you could say are, quote, infallible. I mean, if the saints, for example, in the Orthodox view, are participating in the life of God, as St. Gregory Palamas says, they actually participate in God's infallibility as well. So there's going to be things in a saint's life, or in the teachings of the theologians of the church, like the Basil the Great and St. Gregory Nazianzus, where they're going to say, quote, infallible things as well. Nicaea, for example, St. Athanasius says the Holy Spirit spoke at Nicaea, so therefore Nicaea also, you could say, is infallible. So there's not going to be a one-time list of all of the infallible dogmas, and nobody can give you that list anyway. So it's a little more nuanced, I guess I would say, in the Orthodox view, that Scripture has a place as infallible and inspired, and I believe inerrant. I think every church father I've seen that covers this typically speaks of the Scriptures as inspired, inerrant, infallible. There might be some debate over issues like copyist errors, and yeah, there are copyist errors, and so nobody possesses like a, you know, KJV only as perfect Bible, or like the Muslims view the Quran like the perfect text. So we kind of have to rely on the tradition of the church, even for the notion of faithfully transmitted copies of the Bible. So since there's no autographa, we don't have a, you know, perfect Quranic type of view, which I don't think they even have that, but they try to make that argument, right? Just like a King James only tries to argue that there's a perfect KJV 1611 or whatever. So we don't have that view, but we can still affirm that the Scriptures are inerrant, inspired, and authoritative. It's just that they're not the only authoritative, inerrant, and inspired thing in the life of the church. The teachings of the councils would be. The liturgy would be another manifestation of tradition that is just as important as the Bible. And in fact, the Bible has its setting within the liturgy. So you can't really kind of, like, in the Orthodox view, this is all holistic. It's a holistic religious epistemology, so you can't really divorce or separate out, oh, here's the thing over here, this book is the one thing that's the most important. It all goes together in a holistic package deal. So that's how I would answer that.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up. So just going back from, I guess, Western thought, where we are really trying to find out what's true and what, can we know that the source of this information is infallible, as opposed to the teaching itself? There just seems to be like, it's not as clean cut as Orthodoxy is not as clean cut as Catholicism. Would you say that that's kind of the case, and that's just really
it is the case. It is the case, and you're right, except that I'm adding that Catholicism doesn't actually deliver on that promise. So they say that, but it doesn't actually deliver that. So the fact that they merely that they say that there is the infallible dogmas, and because they have this office of a papacy, which is supposed to give you that doesn't mean that in actual fact it does that. In fact, it does not, and I think I can demonstrate that it doesn't do that in fact.
Sure. One other just quick thing before I go, because I appreciate the time. Just coming from, like, I live in Australia, and I've been brought up in, I guess, Pentecostal Protestant thought and Western thought. Looking at Orthodoxy, there's a lot of obviously like Eastern thought about it for obvious reasons. Besides just isolating myself to Orthodox religious like books and texts and writings, is there any other basis or any other place that you can point to kind of to try and start understanding Eastern thought a little bit, so there's kind of a easier lens in which to assess orthodoxy? Does that make sense?
I guess it's a little, I mean, I would say Orthodox Christianity is at root a Middle Eastern faith. I wouldn't say it's Eastern in the sense of like China or something like that. It's a Middle Eastern faith, and so in that sense, the Bible is like the obvious thing that we would go to, but it does have a usage for speaking the terminology of Hellenic culture and philosophy. So the church fathers do appropriate and try to speak in the language of the cultures around them, and particularly Greek philosophy. So there's a really good book in terms of you wanting to get into like the philosophical terminology by Yaroslav Pelikan. It's called Christianity in the Classical Tradition, the Metamorphosis of Natural Theology in the Cappadocians, by Yaroslav Pelikan, Pelikan, and that's a good introduction to Cappadocian philosophy.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your work, Joe.
Good questions, dude. Thank you. All right. Jared, what's up, dude? Jared has the mic. Jared on the mic.
Hello?
Hey, you there?
Hello.
Hey, what's
Yep,
up?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Hey, just kind of wanted to talk to you, ask you a question about some atheists. So a lot of atheists I know are like pure pragmatists, where they argue in terms of what they view as pragmatic, like scientific studies and things like that. And I always think to myself, is like, well, how do you even know that the laws of physics aren't subject to entropy?
Yeah, I think you could ask a lot of questions about epistemology, because basically pragmatism is like a way to just bypass epistemology, right? It's basically saying we're not going to do justification anymore. There is no way to justify our first principles or our presuppositions, so we're just going to ignore that, and we're going to go with, quote, whatever works. But the problem is that there's nothing self-evident about what it means to work, right? I mean, something working presupposes, number one... Go ahead.
Isn't that just also it's like an argument from consensus, because we're all just conceding the fact that something works. Like, what do you mean by works? You know, like,
well, it's even worse than that. It's almost ad hoc, because I mean, works to do what? Works for
like
who?
Science doesn't always work. Like, you can apply the scientific method to, like, say, you know, like drugs and stuff, but the drugs don't always work.
Or what if I have evil, nefarious designs, right? Let's say I want to create a super nuke that's going to blow up the whole world, and I spend all my time researching scientific discoveries that will help me create the super nuke, and then I do it, and it works. So you see, I mean, something working is relevant to the purpose of what you're working towards. So there's no self-evident idea of something working. You see, it's a value judgment that assumes both values and purpose or telos. But this
assumes that we agree on what the definition of works is.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah.
Because like I have atheist friends who are like, science works, and I'm like, well, it doesn't. When you want to ask questions about why. Science
yeah, exactly. It works depending on what we're wanting to do, and it may not work. Exactly. Yeah. Great point.
So like, really the problem isn't necessarily that a person's an atheist. The problem is they don't understand that they have presuppositions.
Yes. Right.
About how they think the universe operates.
Yes, and they can't justify, given their worldview, the things that they're using and believing in.
Well, I don't even think they even try to justify it, because, like,
no, they don't. That's what I'm saying. Pragmatism,
absolute truth,
right? And pragmatism is a conscious movement to not care about justifying principles.
Yeah, so like when you debate an atheist, it's like you're talking to a wall, basically, because they don't understand that their presuppositions are they don't understand that they have presuppositions.
Sometimes. Now, take best example of this is when I was debating with Matt Dillahunty, and Matt had said, don't believe anything unless you have empirical evidence to support that belief. So he had said that in another debate, and that was like, he said, "Oh, this is my dictum. I live by the truth that you shouldn't believe anything unless you have good, empirical, solid evidence to believe it.
Right.
And then in the debate, he's like, there's no empirical basis to believe in any transcendental category. They just are, and I believe in them. I'm like, well, Matt, that's a contradiction. You just said don't believe in those kinds of things.
He just refuted himself because he made what do you call it, an epistemic claim, right?
Yeah.
No, not. Is that right? Did I use the right word?
Well, I mean, he's doing multiple things. He's saying that I believe in the existence of immaterial invariant categories that I can't prove, but I'm also saying that you shouldn't believe in anything like that unless you can empirically prove it.
Right. And then you even let's say that even worked. He still couldn't explain why he even exists. Like, because you can't materially prove that you exist.
True. Yes. Yeah, you could list all kinds of things that aren't empirically demonstrable, but are assumed or presupposed in any argumentation, any communication, any sentences, any predication. This question keeps coming up, not with you, but with other people too, when they're like, "What do you mean by categories? What are you talking about?" Well, so if you look at Aristotle's lists of categories, right? So he has a book called Categories. And Aristotle's basically saying, whenever we predicate of things in the world, we utilize a kind of schema or way to pick things out and give them names and qualities. So he says, for example, anything that we pick out, we're picking out as identifying a substance, a man, a horse. We then give it qualities. It is 4-footed, 5-footed, 2-footed. We give it other qualities, we give it quantity, 1 man, 4 feet, 5 feet. We give it quality, white, grammatical, etc. We give it a relation, double, half. We give it a place, located over there, located in Jerusalem. We give it a date. We give it a posture, sitting, lying. We give it a state of being. We predicate action to it, or we predicate passions to it, right? So these are some examples that Aristotle had of categories of how we would go about predicating of anything. Now, guess what? None of those things are actually in the empirical sense data. Now, right. you might assume that there's an identity of an object over there, that it has a relation.
Well,
is there anything?
Atheists would say, well, the categories work, therefore they're concrete, they're based in materialism.
Okay, well, but then I can just construct a system where anything suddenly, quote, works, and it's therefore justified. But they wouldn't accept that, right? I mean, I can just say, okay, well, God works.
Say you're being arbitrary.
Okay, well, you're being arbitrary, right? So that's why it's a defeater, right? If you can be arbitrary, I can be arbitrary. So,
right.
So if
and then they accuse you of just doing word salad because they don't understand that the fact that you can speak language is proof of metaphysical realities that aren't based in materialism.
Right. So they have a metaphysical presupposition of materialism, and then they'll say that you can't make metaphysical claims as they make a giant metaphysical claim, and then turn around and say that there are no metaphysics and you can't do it.
Right. And so that's why, like, I have my brother, he's like, Jared, you don't even understand philosophy. I'm like, have you even done basic philosophy? He's like, I took like philosophy of science classes. I'm like, I don't even know what you mean. What do you mean by philosophy of science?
Well, actually, philosophy of science is I highly recommend that discipline because the philosophy of science will ask a bunch of epistemological questions about the scientific process. That was actually one of my favorite classes.
Well, that's why I didn't understand. Like, he didn't understand what metaphysics was, and I understood that even the philosophy of science understands that there's metaphysical categories, meaning the physical is based off of the physical world's based off of logic and categories and these different things that you can't necessarily prove with materialism.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they'll just say, well, I don't care. We're just not going to do that. So that at that point, then, okay, well, then if you can do that, I can do that, and then you've lost the debate.
Because and then you could literally make up anything. It's like, I do believe in the flying spaghetti monster, and you're being just as freaking you're being just as logical as they are.
Right. So yeah, if they resort to being arbitrary, then the debate's over. Right. They don't have a debate anymore. That's the point.
Right. usually what I think I see atheists do once they reach that point, they say, well, we have all these scientific facts that prove like evolution, and I'm like, what? You haven't even proved your premise. Like,
yeah, exactly. In order for you to get to quote fact, I'm going to need you to do a bunch of huge legwork to justify all the things that are presupposed in even having a quote fact. You got to do that first before I'm going to just accept that you quote have a fact. I mean, you have a worldview that negates the possibility of knowing any fact or there being such a thing as a fact. So before you talk to me about facts, you're going to have to deal with that stuff first.
Right. Well, that's why people won't debate you, Jay.
Well, goobers will. So there's always a goober out there ready to debate. So some of the goobers will.
I even tried like figuring out a way to kind of debate you as an atheist. I'm not an atheist myself, but I can't figure out a consistent basis for a debate.
Well, that's because atheism is a really limiting position. This is what they don't seem to grasp, is that like when you cut yourself off from any objective transcendent categories, principles, abstract concepts, etc., you necessarily limit yourself in where you can go. And that's why it's always the same debate with the atheists, and it's always easy to refute atheism, is because they're so limited. You're in a box. So all I have to do is point out the box that you're in, and then that's it. So that's why atheistic materialism is always the same debate.
Yeah, it gets really boring after a while. I've watched probably 100 different debates. I mean, obviously there's bad, I think Christian evidentialists are really bad at debating.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they fall in the same problems atheism falls into.
Yeah, well, have you noticed that every debate that I've had with, so whether it was T-Jump, Trent Horn, Stefan Molyneux, Ashrar Rashid, and Matt Dillahunty, it was basically the same debate. They all have the same. Yeah. They all have the same presuppositions, even though some of them are theists and some aren't. And then I'm just sitting here making the exact same argument to those 5 people. How do you
And I guess I was really into the Discovery Institute for a while, but then I started listening to your debates and I realized, oh my gosh, all these people at this Discovery Institute are kind of shooting themselves in the foot.
Is that all the intelligent design people?
Yeah, not Seth Meyers.
Stephen Meyer.
Yeah.
Well, I think that so those you can still derive a lot of good argumentation from intelligent design people. It's just that the apologetic ultimately they'll have a lot of good stuff on science and that kind of stuff, but the apologetic is not pretty.
They usually have good stuff on how Darwin doesn't work mathematically,
yes, right. That kind of
complexity of cells and all that.
Yeah, but when it comes to philosophy and epistemology, they're no good. Right.
On a worldview, it sucks.
Right. Yeah, man. Good questions. Anything else?
So I am still a Protestant. I'm still struggling with inquiring about orthodoxy. I think more of my struggle now is just the difference between getting used to the difference between Protestantism and non-denominational church and orthodoxy, and also I am curious about the Apocrypha and these other books I've actually read, and I think a lot of people dismiss a lot of what they say just because there's Gnostic tones to them.
Well, I'm not aware of anything Gnostic in the Deuterocanon. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else?
I'm talking about not the Deuterocanon, but I'm talking about the other gospels, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip.
Okay, we don't believe any of that.
What's that?
We don't believe any of that as Orthodox.
Yeah, I know that, and neither do Protestants mostly. Anyway.
Right. Well, so I'm just confused. So what's the question? Did you have a question?
How do you know whether those things are true? How do you know that the canons aren't? And how do you know that they're not infallible? The canons that produce the Deuterocanon, I guess.
Well, so hold on. So the Deuterocanon is the books that are in the Orthodox and Catholic Bible, right? That Protestants don't accept. But that's different from the pseudepigrapha or the Apocrypha, which would be like Gospel of Thomas, etc. So are you saying why would I accept the deuterocanonical books and not the Gospel of Thomas? Is that what you're saying?
Right, yeah. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, so part of the idea of the formation of the biblical canon is that we are relying on the tradition and testimony of the church, and the tradition, the testimony of the church has rejected the Gospel of Thomas and the Gnostic texts. So
I guess over time they have, but wasn't like heavily debated like back, I don't know, in maybe like 80, 200.
I'm not aware of whether the Gospel of Thomas specifically was debated, but I mean, some texts were thought by the church fathers to should have been like the Didache or the Shepherd of Hermas. There were some early church fathers who thought that those might have been in the canon, but not really. Like if you look at did you see, if you go on my Twitter a few days back, you'll see where I shared the Lee McDonald lists. There's about 8 pages where I listed his list of the varying canons of the church fathers. And so while there is divergence amongst them, none of those church fathers' canonical lists include any of the Gnostic texts.
Okay. Do you guys like have the infancy gospels in the Deuterocanon?
No. The Deuterocanon is Old Testament. So it has nothing to do with gospel. The Deuterocanon is like Judith, Tobit. It's the books that were included in the Jewish Hellenic, right, Septuagint translation.
Wouldn't the book of like First Enoch, like the Book of the Watchers, be in that?
No. That's some of the Jews considered those apocryphal writings, and so, but they're not in the Deuterocanon. The Deuterocanon is like Maccabees, Judith, Tobit, Bel and Dragon, Baruch, Epistle of Jeremiah, Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, right? It's those. It doesn't have anything to do with Enoch.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's not like all of the Second Temple literature. It's just those particular books.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm actually really curious into. Do you have any resources on like how the canons were made? As far as like lectures and stuff I could listen to?
Well, there is the book that's written by a Protestant scholar that I recommend called Formation of the Christian Biblical Canon by Lee McDonald. That's a good overview of how the canon came to be. But to be specific, canons refer to the church law that the ecumenical councils lay out for different situations and scenarios. So, for example, canon law or the canons refer to, in each council, you'll have a list of the canons. So, like, there's the canons of Nicaea, there's the canons of Trullo, there's the canon. So, those are different from the biblical canon.
Referring to like different heresies and
right.
Yeah,
but the canon is different.
When I was saying the canon, I was talking about.
Just making clear. Right. So the canon is. There's a lot of good books on it. I don't know of one Orthodox book on the formation of the canon, but you could read F.F. Bruce's book, Canon of Scripture, which is good, or Lee McDonald's book. And the reason I recommend those is because those are Protestants who are basically writing the history of this in the early church and pointing out that it relies on the tradition of the church, which I read those books as a Protestant. I was like, well, I don't see how I can be a Protestant if these evangelical scholars are admitting the necessity of church tradition, apostolic succession. Basically, they're not defending apostolic succession, but they're admitting the point that in the different apostolic sees, you have the passing on of the copies and the maintenance of, reliable copies of the Gospels.
Right. So, they're just kind of picking and choosing what they want to. What they accept and what they don't accept, even if it contradicts their own writings. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, it's like Protestants will refer to Jerome because they like his list of the canon.
Dude, that
bothers
like, me so much.
Well, why are you? Number one, why Jerome of any of the other church
fathers? Like they existed in isolation from the church.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Jerome's a priest. I mean, come on. So it's like,
it's completely weird. It's arbitrary.
It's arbitrary,
too. It's
right?
Like, Jerome got some great stuff for because he was really a Protestant. I'm like, no, he wasn't. That didn't happen until 1500 AD. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, and he has against Helvidius, against Vigilantis, where he's defending the perpetual virginity, where he's defending relics. I mean, it's like all this stuff that they would say is totally heresy. So it's like, well, why are you picking that guy for your canon? And it's arbitrary. And by the way, they love Augustine so much. Well,
yeah.
Why wouldn't you pick Augustine's canon? Oh, because it has the Diderot canon. That's why. All right. Good questions, man.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Sure. Anytime. All right. Sandy. Before we go to Sandy, though, I'm going to have to read some super chats. Malin, $5. Yeah, hold on just a second. I'm going to read a few chats. Malin, $5. You could pick a historical figure for Arnold Schwarzenegger to time travel and fight with. Who would you pick? Well, if I've seen an Arnold movie or two, and I have, then Arnold has to actually fight himself, because in like every Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, there's some confrontation between two Arnolds or more. So Arnold has to go back in time and fight Arnold from Last Action Hero, which in Last Action Hero, Arnold actually steps out of the movie and fights real Arnold. So that's like a meta. So how's that? Meta Chad 393. If numbers, propositions, and abstract objects are grounded in the divine mind, how do we access them? Well, they're grounded in the divine mind in the sense that the logi of those things is in the divine mind, but we can have an access to the propositions because those are created things. So there's a analogical reflection relationship going on here, right? This is why iconography, right, is created images of the uncreated. That's the principles of the icon. Same principle applies to the logi. So even though numbers, propositions are created, they are grounded in and reflect the uncreated in the divine mind, the logi. Roddy Piper, $5. Do you have any advice for dealing with a family member that is into witchcraft and occultism? They are inspired by stuff that they saw on TikTok, and they want to influence the rest of our family. I mean, it sounds like it's probably somebody young or a teenager, so they're probably not going to listen to your logic and reasoned argumentation. So I would just be kind to them and pray for them, because you're probably not going to convince a teenager with a bunch of apologetics. But maybe, I mean, if the time is right, if they approach you, if they say, hey, how come you don't like my witchcraft? Then I would give a reasoned response. But otherwise, I wouldn't try to argue with somebody who's into that, because they're probably not going to be very reasoned or rational about it. But if the time arises, then I would. And then I would also, you could speak to your other family members maybe when that person's not around and explain to them that this stuff is goofy and silly and irrational, incoherent. Roddy Piper, $5. Again, I want to piggyback from the caller who had issues trying to join the Greek church. I've had the same problem where I live. Cultural differences, and they will side-eye you if you are not light-skinned. My family is Mexican. Yeah, there can be problems at Greek churches because they are very ethnocentric. That's not to say that there aren't good Greek Orthodox Christians or churches. There are. So people get mad anytime you say, I'm not calling everybody bad. But the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese has the biggest problem with ecumenism and these issues. So, I would stay away from the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese. Jordan, $5. What is the main difference between old believers and the Russian Orthodox Church? Are they in full communion with each other? What are your thoughts on old believers? Most of the old believer groups have been reconciled. I think they continue to do some of their older liturgical traditions. There may be a few schismatic weird groups here and there. They're kind of, the ones that aren't in communion, or even the ones that are, they have some really kind of superstitious, silly views. And you can go read about the views of the old believers. Like they developed some of their own just weird things. So I don't think that there's any. Sometimes when people convert to Orthodoxy and they're looking to find like a super trad homesteading life, they're tempted by old believerism or something like that. I'm not knocking those people, but I'm just saying you're not going to find what you're looking for. It's just kind of like superstitious village stuff, like don't wash plates on this day because the demons will get you. I mean, just silly stuff, right? So there's a lot of that in those circles, and I would just avoid that. Storm the Cat, $10. I know that Orthodox view of hell is that people experience the God as the river of fire, but how come the Bible says, I will declare to them, I knew you not, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness, right? So the meaning is, first of all, you can't get away from God, right? God is omnipresent. So there's not actually any place that you can go where God's not. So it's a manner of speaking, it's a figure of speech to explain the departure from God's good pleasure, whereby you will be still experiencing God, but as something that you hate. So even the statement, the example that you gave, does not literally translate into a place where you can, in terms of spatial location, get away from God. Marvin DSO, $5. Thank you for this work. It's the mixture of revealing philosophical and spiritual backgrounds of the action of the global elite and detailed explanations of Orthodox theology and teaching. This is helpful to me. Thank you also to Jamie. Well, thank you, Marvin. I'm sure Jamie is thankful for your super chat as well. Majestic 7 of 12, $5. Do you think you could get back at me on Twitter? The title of your pre-Socratic lectures. I did look that up actually in the website, and they're not, if I recall, they're not gone. So let me see if I can look really quick. I mean, I think you can just Control F search, right? Let's see. It may not be titled pre-Socratic. I think it's titled something like, actually I can just look it up on YouTube. That's probably the easiest way to do that. I think I titled it something weird like ancient metaphysics, or that's why it's hard to find. It's because it's titled weird, I guess. Let me look it up this way. Let's search metaphysics, go all the way back. Let's see, hidden metaphysics, ancient metaphysics. No, that's not it. Here it is. Okay, it's called Mysteries of Ancient Philosophy. I think that's what I titled it. I don't know why I titled it that. That's kind of a stupid name. And I'm going to put it in... Well, how's this going to work? I guess I could put it in the chat. I don't know if you're in the chat, though. Well, if you're in the chat, here it is. I think that's it. Anyway, I think that's it. So if that's the title of it, then you could probably search in the members section. Mysteries? Let's see. Full audio, Mysteries of Ancient Philosophy and Metaphysics. Hour 1 audio, hour 1 YouTube, hour 2 audio, hour 2 YouTube. So it's there, dude. Mysteries of Ancient Metaphysics, hour 2. So just Control F, Mysteries of Ancient Metaphysics. Here's the other one. So it's one of those two. I don't know which one it is, but there it is. So hopefully that helps. All right, but good question. All right, let's see. DJ Roll, thank you, Jay, for answering my questions. I appreciate your content. I forgot to tell you. Thank you, DJ Roll. Much appreciated. Frankie D, $5. Jay is still going. I thought I missed you. I just got to participate in my local Parish Forgiveness Sunday. It was beautiful. I'm still, by the way, I should ask forgiveness from the entire internet for being the meanest man on the internet. I'm the meanest person on the entire internet. Please forgive me, entire internet, for being the meanest man ever. I will never go back to a Protestant life. I ran out of a room and will send a second chat. That's okay. Thank you. Frankie D, $5. Jay is on that chalk. Yes. Got to tell you guys, you know what it is. How do I do it? I do it with that chalk.com, baby. Chalk.com is the best supplement for your diet supplement regimen. I am currently experimenting with taking a break from the Tomcat, which was my favorite. I'm not taking a break because I didn't like it. That Tomcat Ali literally does boost testosterone. I'm taking a break from it because it's so strong. And I'm replacing it with a couple other supplements that I am trying out. So I'm trying out, what was it? I have the She Legit for mental clarity. I'm definitely loving that. I think it does give me mental clarity. The Action 2.0 is good just for straight up energy. And these are men and women, right? Maybe a Tomcat Ali, that's not maybe the best for the ladies. But if you're a dude, yes, then you want the Tomcat 100 to boost that T. Ladies, however, they can benefit from the Irish Moss. They can benefit from ashwagandha. They can benefit from She Legit, Action 2.0, daily. Pretty much most of them, right? But they do have a regimen over there for men and for women. They're called Stacks. So you can get over there to chalk.com. The link is in the show description. I will put the link in there for you guys. And right now, if you use the promo code J50, dude, you get 50% off. We had the most sales we've had yet last month when it's 50. When I started the 50% off. And then we had the month before that, 60% off. Guys, you should have got it when it was 60% off, but that's okay. Because guess what? Now it's 50 and it might be 40 next month. I don't know. So take advantage of the discount right now, chalk.com, 50% off. Huge discount. Awesome, lovable, based show sponsor. I love those guys so much. Literally making puppy dogs with the eyes of those dudes over there. We love chalk.com. Again, 100% organic, 100% rainforest sourced, 100% clean. They're obsessive about getting clean products to you. And with the garbage diet, with the GMOs, with the toxic culture that we're in, the food, the junk, all this stuff, right? Glyphosate, we have to supplement. We've got to have a supplementation regimen that replaces the missing nutrients, the missing minerals. And that's what chalk.com is there to do. Shout out to those guys. We love those guys. Also, guys, we have Exter. Oh, crap. I didn't bring my wallet in here. Dang it. I'm going to have to go get my wallet because these guys offer up the smoothest wallets that you can get. I'm going to have to wait, though, for that promo because I got to go get my wallet and show it to you guys. I know some of you guys have already seen it, but hey, they're the show sponsor. It's a great company out of them Viking regions. It's like a Nordic Viking company up there, right? Making them leather. Well, they got Vikings literally going out the day that you order the wallet. It is like farm to table wallet supply. They literally send a Viking out. We're talking like a Varg dude. We're talking like a freaking Tolkien dude. We're talking a dude straight from the Edda. Marches out that day. He might even sail his little Viking boat up to freaking Antarctica. I don't know. But he goes and he finds the biggest woolly mammoth that's out there. The Viking will literally that day shave the woolly mammoth, bop him over the head, take him back to the wolf pack, skin the woolly mammoth, do whatever is involved in creating wallets. And then because he's not that sophisticated, they send it over to the Nordic dudes in the city. And then they make it a smart wallet. And then it becomes this smooth sort of James Bond minimalist wallet. Then I'm going to show you here in a little bit, but I forgot to bring it in here. But that's literally how they make these wallets for you guys. And it's same day, farm to table, Viking, woolly mammoth skin, basically. That's how it works. It's amazing. There's nothing like this. That's what you want. The promo code is EXTER. I can show you guys some of the extra wallets. We could do that. I can pull that up here in a minute. But I'm actually just going to go get my wallet over here in a minute and show you guys. So there's the EXTER. See that link there? That will take you over there, and you can begin to see some of the smooth wallets. I'm talking about smooth. I'm talking about Billy D. Williams freaking 40-ounce commercials from the 80s smooth. I'm talking about Lando Calrissian smooth Viking wallets. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, racial integration here. Harmony. Harmony produced via Viking wallets, something that Billy D. Williams and a Viking man would both equally enjoy. You can't beat that for reconciliation, baby. Peace and love. That's what we're talking about. Storm the Cat, $5. What I mean is, if hell is not a place, but is a state of experiencing God in a bad way, then why does he say, depart from me? It's a manner of speaking. It's an analogy, just like all the other things are analogies. Okay? Do you understand? In the sense of omniscience, omnipresence, you can't get away from God. What does David say in the Psalms? If I go down to Hades, there you are. If I ascend to the heavens, there you are. There's no place to get away from God. It's a manner of speaking, to depart from my good pleasure, right? Green Feathers, $20. God bless you, Jay and Jamie. Well, thank you, Green Feathers. Much appreciated. Storm the Cat, again, $5. I have seen atheist materialists get angry when people ask philosophical questions. Why? They say, there is no why. Stop asking. Well, interesting. There is no why. Stop asking. Well, why should I stop asking? If you're telling me to stop asking why, right? You see, this is silly. They can't answer and they get mad. Yeah, I think why questions are difficult, but there's a host of other questions that are equally as difficult, right? Like justification for beliefs. And those are the best to hone in on, because what we're doing is sort of taking back the domain of logic and reason from the atheists, because the atheists think they own the domain of logic and reason. They think that's their property, and anybody who's a theist is just stupid and low IQ and superstitious. Oh, really? Let's talk about the principles and presuppositions and categories and things that you're using, like logic itself, and let's see if you can make sense of that as an atheist. Oh, wait, you can't. And so then that's an even stronger route of argumentation, I think. But that's a great point. You could also bring in questions of why, sure. But I think whys are also kind of connected to oughts. So they kind of relate to questions of ought. Well, why ought I? So you're telling me that I should not care about why. Why ought I not care about why? You see. You could frame the question that way. Sandy, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I have just two questions, but they're sort of not serious questions. I guess I've always wondered if you would ever do like a library tour, and if you don't mind me asking you, like, what volumes you have there in the back, because I see you stream a lot, so I've always been curious, like the volumes or books you have there in the back, if you don't mind me asking.
There's a video on my Instagram where I did a library tour, so it's on Instagram.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, Jay. That's all I really wanted to know.
Okay.
I'll check it out on Instagram.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like walk through and explain every book, but like I went through every section and then the other room too, I think. And actually, I don't think when I did that library too, I don't think we had the other room set up. So now actually we have another room that's completely filled as much as this room. And by the way, the other wall is just as full as this wall. So there's a whole other wall, if you want to see, over there, right? And then there's this wall too. So it's wall to wall, baby. From the windows to the walls. Tartarus in the house. What's up? He's straight up coming to us from Hades, boy. Tartarus, what's up, man? How you doing? Did you have a question? Just unmute yourself. Did I hit the button? Tartarus, do you want to speak? You got the mic, boy. Yeah, boy. Beautiful Tristana. The most beautiful E-diva transitioned person on the internet. Making her beautiful appearance. What's a shout out to beautiful Tristana? E-diva's in the house. All right, well, if you're not going to say nothing, bro, Tartarus, you got the microphone. If you don't want to talk, then I guess we can call it a night. See, I thought somebody was going to talk, then I could go get my wallet. But look, let's get a little look at these smooth ass wallets right here real quick before we go, to show you boys and girls what I'm talking about. And then Tartarus, you can figure out what you're doing if your microphone works. Come back out, come back in if you want to turn your mic on or whatever. And let's take a look at these smooth puppies, these bad boys, literally created by actual Vikings, farm to table that day, right? What I tell you guys. Okay, now this picture, I'll show you the one I've got. I got the Parliament, not P-Funk Parliament, but Parliament like, I don't know why they call it Parliament, because it doesn't have anything to do with P-Funk. But it seems like I heard one time that maybe the Vikings come up with the idea of like a parliament or something. Have I heard this somewhere, that like the idea of like a small government, that's like a Viking thing, right? I don't know what I'm talking about. So check this out. So here you go. If you go over to the link right there, right, the extra.com, you will see this smooth puppy right here, this little bad boy, which is a smart wallet. And a smart wallet means that all of them bad hacker boys running around trying to get up in your finances, trying to take your Bitcoin, trying to take your Ethereum, trying to take your little meme coin that ain't going to be worth nothing in a month. But they still might try to take it, right? Even though you probably don't have Bitcoin in your wallet. But if you did, they would try to take it, but they can hack your chip. So now I had for many years this thing I got from Mike Adams, which was a RFID sleeve. And that thing turned into a nasty, ratty looking thing that I was embarrassed to pull my card out. I pulled my card out of my wallet and I would hand it to people in that sleeve and they would be like, ugh, what is this ratty sleeve you got? Well, no longer am I a ratty sleeve boy. I'm a smooth James Bond boy with this extra wallet. And let me show you this other picture, what I'm talking about. I got the Parliament. I like it. Literally, I use it. I've been pulling it out. People are like, what is that smooth wallet you've got? I said, it's an extra. Go to my promo code page and you get a discount. I think it's like 15% off right now, right? It smells of fresh woolly mammoth leather, literally, because it is fresh woolly mammoth leather. And as I told you guys, it is same day Viking woolly mammoth slaughtered, farm to table. Then they send it to the Nordic boys in the city, the sophisticated city boys, and they process it into this wallet, which is an RFID protecting smart wallet. You can't beat that. It's really smooth. Guys, go on over to extra.com, get your smooth wallet, and the code that gets you the discount is right there. Right there. Put it in the chat right here. Right there. Get your discount. Don't have a giant boomer wallet, right? You got what? 15, 20 different cards. You got 20 different freaking, I don't even know, membership cards to all your boomer things in your wallet. Your wallet's like 6 inches thick. You try to put it on your right butt pocket, you're tipping over. It looks ridiculous. Who needs that much crap in their wallet? You don't need all that in your wallet. You want a minimal wallet. And that's what Extra gives you with smooth James Bond style. Head on over to extra.com. Head on over to chalk.com. You can also subscribe at Jay's Analysis in the links in the show description to the website. I will be putting up probably tomorrow the part 2 of the Liberal Imperium chat. I know people are itching for that. Where's that part 2? It's coming. It's coming. I promise. I'll try to do a lot of streams for you guys. Jamie and I are going to do part 2 tomorrow as well. Right, so I'm not doing any public live streams. We got to knock out 2 part 2s. We got to do that part 2 on Liberal Imperium tomorrow, and we got to do the part 2 of the dystopias because we're way behind on that. But I promise you tomorrow, guys, we're going to do it. And I think we have one last question from Tartarus, if he's still there. Is your mic working? Straight out of Hades. What's up, Tartarus? You there, Tartarus? Tartarus, what's up?
Yeah, let's try it this way. I switched over to my computer because it wasn't working on my phone. I apologize about that.
So good, I can hear you. What's up?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, so my critique, I've got a critique of the presuppositional methodology. I'm curious to hear your response to.
Okay.
So essentially, the precept method is going to be they're going to have the conclusion that essentially the God worldview is the only worldview that can account for intelligibility, right? And the method to demonstrate something like this is going to be to do a worldview analysis, usually. So they're going to set you up, two different worldviews: the God worldview and the not God worldview.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to take on the presuppositions of your opponent's position and do an internal critique
Mm-hmm.
to demonstrate that their worldview fails on their own grounds. Now the problem is that I don't think this can deliver on its promise. The reason being is there are some worldviews that are just not in principle falsifiable. That is, that any given proposition that you could posit is going to be symmetric with their position. Positions like trivialism, positions like dialetheism. There's plenty of different pair-consistent logic positions. Each one of these is not going to be in principle falsifiable. And so my critique is that if there are any non-falsifiable worldviews, just in principle, then the methodology can't deliver on its promise.
Right. And I understand this critique. I've heard it many times. And where I think this critique fails is that it's not understanding the larger claim of the transcendental argument. So the transcendental argument is not just making a claim about the intelligibility of worldviews. It's actually, the way I argue it, is it's an argument for an entire paradigm. So the reason that those objections don't work is that those objections don't actually give an account for the paradigm as a whole. So the argument is that Orthodox Christianity provides an account for all the elements and presuppositions that go into a coherent worldview, and thus it can provide a ground and a justification for all the transcendental categories and the possibility of knowledge and the possibility of ethics and the possibility of metaphysics. And so the examples that you gave are too limited in scope in that they can't give an account for any of those things that the paradigm as a whole for a Christian can give an account for.
So something like trivialism that wouldn't apply to, right? Like trivialism would hold that all of your positions, all of the positions that are the Eastern Orthodox position would be contained within trivialism. All propositions would be true. So unless you can, like, if the methodology is to attempt to falsify the opponent's position, right? Like,
how does that position,
sense, not just like an external critique from that position.
How does that position give an account for all of the transcendental categories?
It's going to be identical to your position, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't be giving an account for the history of Christianity, the meaning of man and history, his origins, by just simply saying that, well, I have your position that includes all positions, right? That's not actually a position.
That's not what?
That's not actually a position that gives an account for the transcendental categories.
I mean, it might not be a position people hold, but it is actually a position.
It's not a position that gives an account, and that's what we're looking for here. It's not just any position. It's a position that has to give an account for the possibility and the presuppositions for the preconditions for knowledge.
I'm curious. Do you have like an understanding of what trivialism is?
No, I heard you say it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so trivialism would be it's going to accept some kind of dialectic logic, and it's going to say every proposition that is possible is true, all of them, right? So any proposition that is contained within a system is going to be symmetric with the position of trivialism. So if you hold the Eastern Orthodox position is going to be contained within the system of trivialism. So if trivialism cannot provide an account, then the Eastern Orthodox cannot provide an account.
Yeah, but see, you're assuming that the way that you would demonstrate this position is that it's like this theoretical position that's purely abstracted that supposedly includes any other position, right?
I mean, it would be something like that. It's
right, but
like
what I'm saying is that that doesn't function to resolve the issue of grounding and justification for all of the transcendental categories. And so it's not actually subsuming my position, because my position has a mutual exclusivity that doesn't allow it to be subsumed under any other position.
That would actually be true also under trivialism. So trivialism, all propositions.
Then that's a incoherent philosophy. That doesn't actually work. So you can't subsume mutually exclusive positions just by saying, well, I include your position in my position. That's not actually a real position.
I mean, whether or not it's a real position, it's a hypothetical position.
So then it doesn't work to but I'm interested in a worldview that grounds real positions and reality, and that position doesn't do that. So it's not grounding anything. It's just a hypothetical that doesn't do any grounding work.
It would do the same grounding work that your position would do. If your position...
No, it doesn't, because my position is mutually exclusive to that position that's not a real position. Your position doesn't have anything... Do you agree? Do you understand that my position is mutually exclusive to yours?
No, it's not.
It is.
They're not.
It is. Because it makes a totality claim for an entire paradigm. So what you're talking about isn't even a thing.
I mean, it is a thing, but
it doesn't get
if
it doesn't ground a paradigm, then it's not a thing.
Imagine I took all the propositions that you hold, all of them.
You are thinking of a position as if it can be a purely hypothetical, and I'm asking for a grounding of things like history, meaningful history, of ethics in reality. So your position, by definition, cannot do that. So it's not actually a thing.
Well, then you would have to hold also that your position can't do that if that follows, right? Like that, if trivialism...
No, my position is an argument about reality and history. Do you understand what I'm saying? That it's a paradigm level argument, and you're trying to say I'm going to avoid that critique by acting like there's a hypothetical that avoids paradigm level argumentation.
Yeah, I don't think you're responding to the position, if I'm honest.
I'm sorry that you think that, but I am responding to it.
Can you maybe give me an idea of, like, repeat back to me what you think the position I'm talking about is? Like,
You're saying that you can create a hypothetical that is unfalsifiable by subsuming my position under this hypothetical position. And I'm saying that this has the appearance of argument, but it doesn't actually work, because what I'm asking for grounding and justification is not a mere hypothetical. A hypothetical can be useful in an argument, such as possible world arguments, right? But possible world arguments can't function as justification and grounding.
So think about it like this. Maybe I can, because I still don't think you're responding to it, but I'll try again really quickly. So if I take all the propositions you hold to be true, and I hold all those propositions...
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding that one of the propositions in my worldview is that no other worldview can be combined with this worldview. It's mutually exclusive. So you can't just subsume it under a position.
And that would be true under trivialism as well. So all of those...
No, it wouldn't. It would be contradictory.
And that's okay under trivialism. So that's why...
Okay, so if a position can be contradictory, then you've lost the argument from the outset.
Well, that's just an external critique. That's exactly
no, it's not. It's a critique from internal to that system that you're arguing for. If your system accepts contradictions, then it's not. You can't argue.
I don't think you understand.
I do understand it, and what you're saying is retarded.
That's just an external critique, but okay.
It's not an external critique because it's a critique from what you said the system is. How is it an external critique when it's from what you're saying that you can contradict within your arguments, right? Within your worldview. This is what you have to resort to. This is what the atheist has to resort to. I can come up with this non-existent hypothetical thing that doesn't do any grounding, and it allows for contradictions, but it's unfalsifiable. That's what you're arguing. That's the problem. That's retarded. Exactly. That's why you're gone. Goodbye. So this is what these guys are left with, right? This is what they're left with. Literally the dumbest shit I've ever heard. All right. Talk about sophistry and like the appearance of argumentation. I mean, how does he think that grounds anything?
Because it has every proposition of your worldview.
No, my worldview is not a set of propositions. It's also a view of worldviews as a whole. So atheists like to think of worldviews like a set of propositions. That's not what a worldview is. Propositions are part of a worldview, but it also has to give an account for history. It has to give an account for ethics. It has to give an account for all these things, which are prior questions. So to come up with a hypothetical and say, well, I have a hypothetical worldview that encompasses every potential worldview, and it allows for contradictions. There's no such thing as a privileged epistemic position that allows for contradictions that's non-falsifiable, right? You can't have any kind of system at all if your system admits contradictions. I mean, just the level of stupidity of these people is just mind-boggling. All right, everybody have a good night. Thank you guys.